which established Americans' constitutional right to contraception. Birth control allows women and their partners to make essential decisions about their health and their lives, including whether to have children and start a family. That is a consensus in America, overwhelmingly. Nevertheless, the Supreme Court has put all forms of contraception in jeopardy with this decision. Now, some say, no, it doesn't. But Justice Thomas points out that the rationale of Dobbs is equally applicable from his perspective, and in my opinion, from his perspective, he's probably right for himself and for radical members of the court.
Good morning. I didn't even realize I was the one on camera. Well, whatever. Until I looked at the screen. It's been one of those mornings already. Been one of those mornings. Actually, I don't know if anybody was here yet, but that's okay. Looks like there's still nobody in the chats. So anyway, we're going to show the crazy stuff that's happening on the House floor. They're doing the Marriage for All Act, or I think that's what it was called. What was it? To protect a person's ability to access contraceptives and engage in contraception, and to protect the healthcare providers. That's one of them. They're also doing House Resolution 8404, which is the Equal Protection of Marriage Act or something like that. So that is what we're going to be covering a little bit today. I am going to be doing another TV giveaway, and I'll do it for anybody who purchases a mega box, the Rational American mega box from any point today, all the way up until the January 6th hearing that we're going to be doing. And then we'll give it away live on the air directly after the January 6th hearing. So if you haven't already got your Rational American box, go do so now on puretruthcoffee.com. Search for Mega, and then you will be able to find it. And then, like I said, we'll give away a 55-inch flat screen TV tonight after the January 6th hearing, live on the air. All right. So here's this hearing, and I'll be here.
Amazed that there would be a premise that somehow the Constitution did not guarantee to my three daughters the right to make these decisions, and not all of us. This is about freedom. This is about individual integrity. And this vote will show the American people where members stand on this question of whether it should continue to be legal for people in this country to pursue family planning as they perceive they want to do. So let's vote yes to promote women's health. Let's vote yes to prevent further restrictions on women's basic rights to privacy and autonomy. Let's vote yes for freedom to pursue family. There's a lot of talk about freedom right up until the time one decides to restrict that freedom. And then it's okay. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes to protect the constitutional precedents, and freedom. And I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to clarify this legislation never went through the Energy and Commerce Committee. The only debate was in the Rules Committee. And I also stand here proud that in 2020, on the 100th anniversary of women gaining the right to vote, led by pro-life Republican women, they fought for decades. We have a record number of women serving in the House of Representatives, record number of Republican women. One of those from the class of 2020, the lady from Texas, Beth Van Dyne. 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to adamantly oppose H.R. 8373, the Payouts for Planned Parenthood Act, a poorly drafted and loosely defined bill that would be detrimental to women's health and send taxpayer dollars straight to abortion on-demand beneficiaries. This bill is not about contraceptives, which would prevent a pregnancy. This bill is about funding unlimited access to abortion pills. A woman's decision to get contraceptive pills should be an informed decision between her and her doctor and not a pop-up ad. H.R. 8373 would provide providers to administer non-FDA approved abortion pills under the guise of preventing pregnancy without considering the side effects, the overall safety of the drug, or its intended use. And I would inform the majority leader that in 1965, the ability to pop a pill to terminate a pregnancy didn't even exist, so was therefore not considered a right. This bill will send federal tax dollars to Planned Parenthood, override state laws, subvert parental rights, and void requirements for informed consent for sterilizations. This is not about protecting access to contraception, but rather federally subsidizing abortion providers and allowing unapproved, dangerous contraceptive drugs to be widely available. This bill is the Democrats' latest attempt at normalizing their radical agenda. Just last week, we voted on Democrats' abortion on demand bill that advocated abortion until the birth of a child. You want to talk about extreme? I am so sick of hearing about what women's rights are from a party that can't even define what a woman is. I stand in front of you, a very proud woman, and I can tell you that aborting a fully formed child is not a woman's right. The abortion industry continues to lie to women and put their lives at risk in order to line their pockets with the full support of my colleagues on the left. I urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 83
Expired.
and work on moving
The
legislation
gentlewoman's
that
time
protects the
has
unborn
expired.
and empowers their
The
mothers. Thank you.
gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to the time that remains on both sides?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 14 and 13 quarters. And 3/4. And the gentle lady from Washington has 8 3/4.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, who's a co-lead on this legislation.
The gentle lady from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for making sure this bill could come to the floor so swiftly. Thank you to my friend, Congresswoman Manning, for your partnership on co-leading this bill with me. And thank you to Speaker Pelosi for her continued leadership in this post-Roe reality. Madam Speaker, this bill could not be more important. Because for me and for tens of millions of Americans, these threats from Justice Thomas and the Supreme Court to take away our right to contraception are not abstract. I've lived my entire life with this constitutional right to contraception, and it's a right I've exercised for decades. Whether it was the birth control pills I used when I was a teenager to address debilitating cramps, the IUD I've relied on for years, or the Plan B I've used at times that was thankfully available over the counter when I needed it. I'm probably the first person ever to speak about using Plan B on the House floor, and I know I'm the first person in at least 35 years to talk about my period here. But you know what? We should be talking about it. We should be talking about periods and birth control and the health care that millions of Americans need for our everyday lives. Because this is not a side issue that only affects some people. This is a kitchen table issue. The decision of how and if and when to grow a family are decisions that are personal and private and should never be decided by the Supreme Court or Congress. It's a decision that is fundamental to our autonomy, our agency, and our ability to control our own lives. As a young woman, reproductive health care is my health care. And I'm so grateful that today we will take a step to codifying that access into law. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. John Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized for
I
1
thank
minute.
the gentlewoman for yielding. I rise today in opposition to this legislation that has been rushed to the floor with no oversight and without a single hearing in the Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee, the subcommittee of jurisdiction. It's clear that the majority is once again trying to score cheap political points in the press, and in the process to consider the patients and health outcomes have not been evaluated. This type of political malpractice would be similar to a doctor who prescribes a medication or recommends a surgery without doing the evaluation of the patient, without doing the due diligence, and without discussing the course of treatment, which is best. We cannot continue to rush to legislation without seeing the entire picture. As a doctor and as a representative, I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and allow the Committee of Jurisdiction to do the work that is necessary in order to bring effective legislation to the floor. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
My friends on the other side of the aisle must have amnesia. You know why we are on this floor today? Because of the Dobbs case of a runaway Supreme Court dominated by members who answered that they understood precedent in Roe v. Wade and ignored it. I want to thank Congressman Manning and all of the co-sponsors to recognize that we have to methodically protect women. Do you know what's happening to doctors? Every news station will have doctors on frightened about what they should do about women's health care. This is an important legislation, the right to contraception, because it does deal with menstrual regulation, endometriosis, or hormonal imbalance. Teenagers are given this because of menstrual problems, but those who don't understand this, they're standing on the floor talking about this is a runaway bill. If it's coronavirus, the monkeypox, or any other health matter, it is Democrats who are saving America. This legislation is definitely needed because the Supreme Court has trampled on the Constitution, trampled on the Ninth Amendment, trampled on the equal protection under the law. I support H.R. 8373 because there are women who are in need, who are vulnerable, who are individuals.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker.
Who are minority women
Madam
who need this
Speaker.
The
legislation. I yield
gentlewoman's
back.
time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barbara Lee, who co-chairs the Pro-Choice Caucus.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8373, which I am a proud original co-sponsor. And I want to thank Congresswoman Manning for her tremendous leadership and also Chairman Pallone and Speaker Pelosi for bringing this bill to the floor. Now, as co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, I know how important this bill is, especially after the Supreme Court's recent decision overturning abortion access. Radical extremists have been clear that they will be going after rights like contraception next, and that is just downright outrageous. It's hard to imagine so many freedoms are being taken away. Abortion and contraception, no access to family planning, and of course, no support at all from Republicans for comprehensive sex education. Everyone should have the freedom to make decisions about their bodies, their lives, and their future. That includes the right to choose which FDA-approved method of contraception is best for them. The Pro-Choice Caucus and many of us have urged the FDA to make birth control available over the counter. Safety and efficacy are extremely important, and I urge the FDA to move quickly but carefully.
The gentlelady's time
Birth
has
control must be
expired.
safe, accessible, and affordable.
The gentlelady's time
I
has
urge my
expired.
colleagues to vote yes. Thank you again.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the lady from New York, Claudia Tenney.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, my new district is actually where Susan B. Anthony, a pro-life woman Republican who got us our right to vote, actually was tried for voting, and just happy to be and proud to represent that district. Look, we are elected representatives. We should respect the Constitution and the due process by debating these issues through regular order, getting the input from the people we represent, not the political partisans on one side or the other. If we allow the majority to undermine constitutional safeguards for an imagined and fake emergency, they will create more imagined emergencies in the future to violate and undermine our constitutional principles and the right of the people to have a voice through representative government. The law is clear. For years, the Supreme Court has consistently found that Americans continue to have access to our many safe forms of contraceptive. We're here today listening to another imagined emergency to try to repeal this right. The right to contraception is safe. This is not an emergency. Justice Alito's majority decision in Dobbs versus Jackson was clear. The decision to return to the issue of abortion to the states does not impact other issues like marriage or contraception, as stated numerous times by Justice Alito in his opinion. The real reason we're here today is because some of our colleagues would like to distract and scare the American people and score cheap political points rather than tackle the bread and butter issues affecting all Americans. The majority won't admit that their radical spending and war on energy have driven inflation and gas prices to record levels.
Time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark, who's our Assistant Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we vote to protect the right to obtain and use birth control, a choice that should be yours and yours alone. As a reminder, the year is 2022, not 1922, not 1822. It is well established birth control is central to a person's ability to plan their future, to care for their families, get an education, have a career. But the extremist Republican Party is determined to take us back in time and take away our freedoms. Politicians have no business in your bedroom or your doctor's office. They are coming for birth control. They are coming for IVF. We have seen the plans. We've seen the legislation. House Democrats are taking a stand. We will defend our rights and defeat the Republicans' assault on freedom. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to a champion for life. 1 minute and 15 seconds, Chris Smith.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, several pro-abortion policies are embedded in this bill, including Section 4B1, which states that, quote, any health care providers who provide contraceptives may not be singled out through any limitation or requirement. What does that language mean? Simply put, any federal or state policy that ensures that taxpayer-funded family planning clinics are not co-located with abortion clinics would now be absolutely prohibited under the bill. In 2019, President Trump promulgated the Protect Life Rule, reestablishing Ronald Reagan's Title X rule that prohibited taxpayer funding of the hundreds of family planning clinics that were co-located with abortion clinics. All funds were then redirected to family planning clinics that were not taking the lives of unborn babies. The original Title X statute of 1970 made clear that voluntary family planning projects should not be part of, should not be in a program where abortion is a method of family planning. President Reagan issued that rule in 1988. It was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in Russ v. Sullivan. Any future president now, if this legislation is enacted, would be precluded by law from reestablishing the Protect Life rule or any similar policy. Madam Speaker, Title X was intended to be about family planning, not abortion promotion.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I ask again about the time available on both sides?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 10 1/4 minutes. And the gentlewoman from Washington has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd yield now 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, who is the chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the hearing I had on this issue in my subcommittee the other day, Dr. Resnick, the president of the AMA, said he doesn't want to have, when he's in clinic with a patient, a state attorney general sitting on his shoulder. And I know how he feels, because many of my colleagues on the other side not only want to stop a patient's ability and decision to have an abortion, they apparently want to tell people now what kinds of birth control you can use. I've heard today my colleagues on the other side say falsely that IUDs, that chemical birth control, that other forms of birth control are, quote, abortifacients. Not only is this patently untrue, but it harms millions of Americans. And I would say that I think that everybody listening to this debate is probably confused. My colleagues say, oh, we support birth control, but make no mistake about it. There have been bills in a number of states, and there have been bills in this body to ban common forms of birth control, not abortion, birth control, and that has got to stop. My colleagues across the aisle, they think that the rhythm method or condoms or something like that are okay, but the things women use to stop getting pregnant can't be used. And I think that's important to point out. I think every woman in America needs to know this, and frankly, every patient in America should be able to make their own decision about their health care for abortion and birth control. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel, who co-chairs the Democratic Women's Caucus.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My. Mark my words. The Supreme Court's decision to dismantle abortion was just the start of extreme unnecessary intrusion of our personal lives by Republicans. Next on their list, limit the right to buy and use the birth control that give the women the ability to plan their families. Now listen to this. This is not imaginary. This is happening right now. I was in the room, Madam Chair, I was in the room during committee debate when Republicans tried to go back to the horse and buggy days of birth control. On birth control counseling, condoms only, they said, say no to even the mention of medically approved contraception like implants and IUDs. Really? That's crazy. And that's why we need to pass this bill right now, the Right to Contraception Act. And I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi, the Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that your committee, Energy and Commerce, has a full legislative load, and that you prioritize this to made the time so that we could bring this to the floor in a timely fashion, because it means so much. As our distinguished colleague from Florida, Congresswoman Frankel said, my, here we are. I rise today in strong support of the Right to Contraception Act, which has to defend access to birth control from the radical right-wing assault on reproductive rights. It is outrageous that nearly 60 years after Griswold was decided, women must once again fight for fundamental freedom to determine the size and timing of their families, or if they even want young people having contraception in their exercise of freedom. But as Republicans turn back the clock on contraception, Democrats today are making it clear we are not going back. I wonder if some of our colleagues, or even people who are advocating to prevent contraception, know what is going on in their own families, with their spouses or with their children and the rest. Could it be that they are all just not using contraception? But as a Republican, again, thank you to Kathy Manning, our lead sponsor. She has been so courageous so early on this subject, and I congratulate her and her staff for being so ready, as I commend the chairman for accommodating the legislation. I also join in thanking Sarah Jacobs, Angie Craig, and Nikema Williams, her co-sponsor on this legislation. And again, thank you, Chairman Pallone. Let's be clear that punishing and controlling women for using birth control is just another plank in the Republican extreme agenda for America. But House Democrats are fighting back. Our Right to Contraception Act enshrines into law the unequivocal statutory right to obtain and use contraception, and it protects against any extremist state laws that would seek to restrict that access. That way, even if the radical Republican supermajority on the Supreme Court succeeds in its mission to overturn Griswold, no American can be denied the basic right to birth control, to contraception. This is a matter of women's health to prevent unintended pregnancies and to treat or prevent many medical conditions. Contraception is a medical tool beyond contraception. This is a matter of economic justice. This is a kitchen table issue for America's families, as access to contraception is linked to higher rates of education and employment while reducing poverty. And this is an assault on lower income people in our country, and many of them people of color. This is an economic injustice assault as well. And importantly, it's a matter of fundamental freedom to make your own decisions about your own body and your own life. And proudly, the people are with us. 96% of voters agree that Americans should have access to contraception. By passing the Right to Contraception Act, the House Democrats take another strong step to protect freedom for women and for every American. Last week, our proud pro-choice, pro-women Democratic majority passed two major bills to restore and protect health freedom. Our Ensuring a Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act will protect the fundamental right to travel and obtain needed health care. That passed the House last week. Our Women's Health Protection Act will restore the essential protections of Roe v. Wade all across the country. Republicans have been clear, Madam Speaker. The Republican leader in the Senate has been clear. The goal is to ban abortion in our country. The Associate Justice of the Court has been clear. We've only just begun to overturn women's rights and individual freedom and privacy when it comes to interaction among us all. And earlier this week, the House passed the landmark Respect for Marriage Act to ensure that marriage equality remains the law of the land now and for generations to come, whether it's interracial marriage, whatever. But let's be clear, those who have opposed this vital legislation are only revealing their dark desire to punish and control America's most intimate and personal decisions. Madam Speaker, those of us who have served here for a while can tell you that House Republicans have been against contraception for decades. I couldn't even get our colleagues to vote for natural family planning when the Catholic Church came to us and said we need a correction in the law so that funds for natural family planning can go forth. Republican colleagues said, let us be clear, we are against family planning domestically or globally or internationally. We had one Republican vote with us and were able to pass the legislation as requested by the Catholic Church. What is this about? They're against birth control, but they're for controlling women. This is about servitude. This is about servitude. And you couldn't convince people. I would say to people that this isn't just about abortion. I understand people's position on that. I come from a pro-life family. I respect people's views. But this is about more than that.
You are bad shit crazy. That's a song I wrote. Bad shit crazy Nancy Pelosi, she sucks.
It's clear. Today, we'll have a vote to the right to contraception, and we'll see where our Republican friends are. And I hope they will be with us. We don't put this bill forth to put you on the spot. We put this forth to put women in control of their situation. I ask those who oppose contraception, again, Do you even know what's going on in your own families? Why don't you ask? Do we need a session of the birds and the bees to talk about why this is important? What's going on here? Is there blind desire to have women controlled and in servitude such that they don't even want to know the truth about family planning and contraception? It's never too late, even though you may have opposed this in the past, to stand up for the rights of your wives, your daughters, your granddaughters, and all of America's women. With that, I urge a strong, hopefully bipartisan vote to Right to Contraception Act. I thank the makers of this motion. Kathy Manning, thank you for your leadership. Sarah Jacobs, Nakima Williams, Angie Craig, and so many other co-sponsors, a long list of co-sponsors, over 150 immediately. And I very much thank the chairman for making this possible today. With that, I urge an aye vote and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, so proud that it was pro-life Republican women like Susan B. Anthony that led the right to vote nearly over 100 years ago. And just to correct the record, I'd like to ask the chairman, both Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer suggested that there was a legislative hearing. I don't remember any legislative action. Chairman, was there any legislative action on this bill?
If the gentlewoman would yield, they weren't suggesting that there was a legislative hearing, just that the Energy and Commerce Committee worked to get this bill drafted with Ms. Manning and her staff.
Well, reclaiming my time, Diana DeGette, Congresswoman, my colleague on the committee, said that we had a hearing. It was an oversight hearing on Dobbs, and I want to quote, because the Democrat witness said it confirms the Democrats' abortion on demand until birth act. The Democrat witness said that, quote, people find out they need abortions through their pregnancies, yes, at any time, for any reason. The issue at hand is the Democrats' extreme agenda, abortion on demand up until birth. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the lady from Oklahoma, a proud member of the class of 2020, record Republican women, Stephanie Bice.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for yielding. I am offended that the other side of the aisle would make false accusations about Republicans' positions on contraception. This is fear-mongering of the highest degree. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 8373, the so-called Right to Conception Act. This problematic legislation reinforces the left's pro-abortion agenda by utilizing an overly broad definition of contraception that includes pregnancy terminating abortion drugs. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle would incorrectly have the American people believe that Republicans don't care about women's access to contraception. This is false. In fact, a report released just this week by the Independent Women's Voice demonstrated that 84% of Republican primary voters support safe access to contraceptives. I am pro-life, and I support a woman's right to access contraception. That is why I introduced H.R. 8421, the Access to Safe Contraception Act, which would preempt states from establishing a ban on contraceptives while still respecting pro-life values. My legislation would safeguard access to contraception for Americans, including my 2 daughters, and importantly, does not protect the use of pregnancy-ending medications such as chemical abortion pills. I am also concerned.
1 minute.
As the chair of the Contraceptive and Family Planning Task Force of the Pro-Choice Caucus, and as a woman who lives in America, I rise today in strong support of the Right to Contraception Act, which would ensure every American has the federally protected right to access the birth control method that works for them. Birth control is health care, plain and simple, and it is critical to women's health and women's equality. And no one, not the Supreme Court, not Congress, not your boss, should be able to interfere with your family decisions. We've seen just how far this court of unelected judges will go to erode our constitutionally protected rights, which is why I am proud to support this very necessary bill today to create a federal right for providers to provide and patients to receive contraceptive services. Madam Speaker, it's of great urgency that this House pass this critical bill today and afford us the agency to make our own health care decisions. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republicans are so upset. The reality is it's their Supreme Court and Justice Alito who opened Pandora's box. And when we opened up the box and we looked in, we saw there were nesting eggs. There were all kind of issues there that were going to come to the fore. Clarence Thomas put a spotlight on it, and it involved gay marriage. It involved contraception. It was going to go further than Roe v. Wade. When they said they were originalists, we didn't realize that what they meant by originalists was everything origin came from them. They didn't care about precedent. Alito said Roe v. Wade was important precedent. Gorsuch and Kavanaugh said it was precedent. Roe v. Wade was settled. You can't trust the Supreme Court. They are radicals. They want to overturn privacy rights for all people in this country. Freedom is at stake. This bill needs to pass. And the only reason this bill is properly before this Congress is because of that Supreme Court that has gone off the radical right. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves from Washington. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Right to Contraception Act. Family planning is a private decision, and contraception should always be legal, from prophylactics to Plan B. But the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs has opened Pandora's box. For some justices, judges, and state legislators, the next steps include rolling back established rights and precedents, including the right to contraception. And that's why the Right to Contraception Act is so important. This legislation establishes a statutory right to obtain contraceptives for health care providers to provide them. It protects Americans from state and local legislation that would deny people's access to contraceptives, from reproductive care to LGBTQ rights, and now to contraceptives. Congress has a responsibility to stop state governments from rolling back our rights. My granddaughters shouldn't have fewer rights than my daughter had. Pass the Right to Contraception Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute now to a member of our committee, a gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Tran.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Standing here today, 4 weeks after the Supreme Court's disastrous decision to overturn Roe, I fear for the future for my children. I fear for a future where Republican leaders agree with Clarence Thomas that the right for same-sex marriage should be revisited, that the right to birth control should be re-examined. Let me be clear, neither of those rights should be up for debate. We voted this week to protect marriage equality. We'll vote today to protect contraception. And for those who believe this issue isn't on the minds of millions of Americans, open your eyes. Republicans in Idaho and Louisiana are pushing to ban forms of birth control. The governor of Mississippi refused to rule out a contraception ban. Even the Republican Study Committee, which represents most House Republicans, has proposed eliminating contraception access programs for low-income Americans. That's not pro-life, it's anti-woman. Wake up already and join us in passing this critical legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask you one more time for how much time remains on each side.
The gentleman from New Jersey has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. And the gentlewoman from Washington has 2 1/4 minute remaining.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, there is no democracy if women do not have control over their own bodies, including reproductive health care. 27 days ago, an extremist majority on the Supreme Court fulfill the Republican Party's decades-old goal of overturning Roe v. Wade. Next on the chopping block is marriage equality and contraception. Make no mistake, these right-wing extremists are not pro-life, but pro-government controlling the bodies of women and girls. Their goal is to ban abortion in this country. Today, the House will pass Congresswoman Manning's Right to Contraception Act, which would codify the right to access birth control into federal law. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to pass this bill immediately so that people have the freedom to make their own decisions about their futures. We will not go back past this bill. It is fundamental to democracy.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I don't know if the gentlewoman.
Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield the remainder of our time to another dynamic leader from the freshman class of 2020, the lady from Iowa, Ashley Hinson.
The lady from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a reasonable solution to a challenge that millions of American women face: access to birth control. 70% of women aged 18 to 64 reported using oral contraceptives throughout their lifetime. A majority of women also support making birth control available over the counter without a prescription. And that's why I'll be offering a motion to recommit this bill in a few moments to stand for those women. Women should be able to access their preferred birth control method conveniently. Unfortunately, that is not the reality for many women. In rural Iowa, some women have to drive an hour to be able to see a gynecologist, and that means taking a day off of work, finding additional childcare, spending hours in a car, paying expensive gas prices to get there. This is unreasonable when we have safe, effective birth control options that have been FDA approved that still aren't available over the counter. My amendment would require the FDA to give priority review for over-the-counter access to routine use oral contraceptive available at their local pharmacy. We have an opportunity here to work together to enact meaningful legislation that will benefit women. And instead, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have offered a bill that I simply cannot support. Their bill attacks conscience protections for providers, expands access to abortion pills, and risks women's health. But I'm not willing to vote no and just give up on this, so that's why I'm offering a solution that we should all be able to get behind. We should work together to make oral contraceptives more accessible. Vote yes on the motion to recommit today, adopt my amendment, and give women an over-the-counter option for birth control. And I'd ask unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to insert the text of my amendment into the record prior to the vote on my motion to recommit.
Time has expired. Without objection, receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Speaker,
Mr. Secretary,
I've been instructed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard many unfounded claims from the Republicans today, claims that this bill would prevent FDA from acting to remove unsafe products or somehow direct funding for abortion. This bill simply provides a right to contraception. Republicans are trying to distract from their poor record on women's health. Now, the half measures that Republicans are purporting to bring forward today do not establish a right to contraception, nor do they ensure that hostile state legislators can't take away birth control in the future. Only the Right to Contraception Act ensures that. And that's why I support this legislation. I hope my colleagues will as well, and I urge everyone to vote yes on this bill. I yield back.
Thank you. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1232, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to protect a person's ability to access contraceptives and to engage in contraception, and to protect a healthcare provider's ability to provide contraceptives and contraception and information related to contraception.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Henson of Iowa moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 8373, to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is.
Madam Speaker.
Sorry.
I request the yeas and the nays.
7. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 5-minute vote. Oh, this is a 15-minute vote. I was like,
Well, isn't this exciting? So they're voting to recommit. I don't really understand what all that stuff means, to be completely honest with you. I think they're voting to recommit whether they're morons or not. Joe Biden, wrote a message to them saying, Republican this, Republican that, like always. Someone said, just an idea. Someone said, I have an idea. Vote no on all Democratic bills and send it to the Senate. If you can't get 60 senators, then nothing get passed. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. See, and that's the thing. Like, if you remember that meeting or the hearing that we watched last night, the very, very long hearing that lasted like 12 hours before I finally cut it off, you'll see that even some bills.
For what purpose?
Even some of the bills that were introduced by Republicans made complete and utter sense. And yet the Democrats just voted no on them. Like, for example, military. The Democrats voted no on allowing active duty military and retired military with honorable discharges to possess AR-15s or any of the 50 plus guns that they are saying are assault rifles that they're attempting to get banned. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? It doesn't, they said no to that. And then one woman, I forgot who she was, but she literally said or insinuated that because there's been a couple of people that have engaged in shootings that were prior military, that military can't be trusted. Well, I have news for you. They're sex offending congressmen. So does that mean every single congressman and woman is a sex offender because it's happened in the past? What about the congressmen that have embezzled or stole or been indicted on fraud or election? Does that mean every politician has that? Because that's the demographic that that's. And I wish some of the Republicans said that yesterday just to make them understand just how stupid their argument was. But mainstream media didn't cover any of that, So that's why you're not going to hear anything. Andy Matt said, does this guy really not know what a vote to recommit means? No, because if you watch this shit all the time, so they're going to recommit and then re-debate it and re-vote on it and do all that stuff. The shit's going to last all day. And to be honest, no, I wasn't listening. I'm trying to find out about a different story that we're working on, and I'm packing orders and doing everything that, you do when you own a business, a small business, and you do everything yourself. So I'm in the back, packing all the coffee orders because we finally got the Sleepy Joe in the donut shop. So those orders are going to go out today because I'm going camping tomorrow. And, yeah, And fuck it, I don't even give a shit about this shit. To be honest, I'm showing this because so many of you guys want to watch it. If you didn't want to watch it, I wouldn't even be showing any of this stuff. The fact is I got a couple hundred people across all social media that are watching this right now, and they want to watch it, which I don't understand why. It's stupid. It's boring. You know, it's lame. They're going to vote. You know, old men are going to fall asleep like that fella in the background there. This guy's already out. Look at him. They don't care. You know what I mean? I just, what I count is I go like this. I go $192, 190 or 192,000, 192,000, 192,000, 192,000, because that's what all these lame ass politicians are making from me when I pay taxes, and from all of you when you pay taxes, $192,000 a year to sit and do this garbage every day and not pass an actual meaningful bill. We haven't had a meaningful bill passed in years, you know. And we haven't. You know, what they're doing today is a lot of the same thing. So right now they're doing a motion to recommit. So let's see. Motion to recommit. Let's Google this shit. The motion to recommit provides one final opportunity for the House to debate aimed to amend a measure, typically after the engrossment and third reading of a bill, before the Speaker orders a vote on the final passage. So what they're doing is, so Democrats do not want another debate on the bill. Republicans do want another debate on the bill. So while some of them, obviously that's probably Kinzinger and Cheney right there that have said no. But I wonder what's going to happen. I don't know if they're going to pull up that gun vote from yesterday. You know what I mean? Or the gun vote that was kicked out of the House of Judiciary, sent to the House floor. Because that is the one where they are banning AR-15s and all that shit. So It'll be mildly entertaining. I'm mildly entertained by all this stuff. Not too much, but mildly. I can't even fucking talk. Can't even talk. Yeah, it's crazy shit, man. Shit, where's that money go? Man, it's been one of these days already. Already one of these days today. You know? Do you guys know what I'm saying? There's no sound coming out of here. They're doing a photo op with all these children, which is really weird, aren't they? Isn't it weird that they have a bunch of children here while they're getting ready while they're voting for the right to kill children? Like, isn't that weird? Doesn't that concern anybody? Maybe these are Republicans, yeah, because McCarthy's there. So these could be Republican children that are here. And that he's like, hey, he's like waving his hands right now and goes, hey, I know it's crazy. They're trying to kill you. Like, they didn't want you to be here. It's so weird. It's so weird. I know that's super morbid, but it's very true. So I guess maybe those are Republicans. It seems that way because McCarthy's standing by them. So I can only assume that these are kids that the Republicans brought in to show, like, hey, you know, kids are people too. You know, because the Democrats don't believe them. Which is really weird because we heard yesterday during that gun motion that the reason why they want to remove all the guns and all that stuff is to save kids, right? And then you know, within 12 hours, we have a meeting this morning where they are literally advocating to kill, you know, the babies that are growing inside women's bodies. It's very odd. It's very odd. Someone said, honestly, I'm waiting for the gun ban to be passed. I think that's when I will disappear. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to disappear. I just don't have an urge for an AR-15. You know what I mean? Just personally, as you know, a super cool individual, I don't have an urge for an AR-15. I don't really want one. but I think a lot of them, and especially yesterday, like I wish Fox News and National News picked up on that conversation yesterday regarding the fact that some of these Democrat congressmen and women don't believe that veterans should be trusted with AR-15s, saying that their training is inadequate, but then bureaucrats at the Department of Environment and Department of Education, meaning any employee. Here's the thing that people don't realize. That in that bill yesterday, it made it legal for anybody that works for the Department of Education and I think the Department of Agriculture, anybody that works there, all bureaucrats, to possess and own an AR-15. But active duty armed forces, honorably discharged armed forces are not permitted under that same bill to own an AR-15. Isn't that the craziest thing you ever heard? Like, seriously, isn't that the crazy? And mainstream media hasn't really. I listened to Fox News for like an hour this morning. I didn't hear them talk about it this morning. Not at all. You know what I mean? Someone says, what military uses AR-15s? They don't. Police use AR-15s. I don't believe our military uses AR-15s. But here's the thing. The reason why they're trying to take away those guns are saying that they're assault weapons, that nobody needs that weapon because the people that are making the rules don't like it. So they're trying to remove the ability to own it. And you can make the argument, well, someone that's in the military has to go through multiple prongs of training for their firearms, right? I was never military, but from what I heard yesterday, they have to go through 3 stages in order to get to qualify with their weapon, to be able to carry a weapon. Do you know what I mean? So they're in fact probably more skilled and more trained in how to own and possess and operate safely an AR-15, but Democrats don't want them to. And they cited Fort Hood, a terrorist attack. They cited an Air Force attack or someone with the Air Force in 2000. I don't remember when it was, 2014 in North or South Carolina. I don't remember. Someone that was discharged, wasn't active in the Air Force anymore, and someone that should have been barred from possessing a gun. They said that the Air Force, that they use that as an example, stating that the Air Force had to pay out millions of dollars to the victims of that mass shooting, not understanding that the reason they had to pay out the millions of dollars is because this person had felony convictions while in the military that they did not relay to civilian life when he got out. So he was able to legally acquire a gun, even though he was barred from acquiring a gun before he went on and did the shooting. And what was the third one that they said? I don't remember what the third one is, where a third mass shooting. Oh, yeah, they tried to say that the third mass shooting was the Saudi Arabian soldier that was here training in Florida that committed a mass shooting. They tried to say he's a representative of American troops, even though he wasn't an American troop. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. And I wish people need to call out mainstream media for not covering it. That hearing yesterday was a very important hearing. And you know what it would do for the veterans that did serve this country honorably? It would piss them off. Because so many people are like, well, this doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me. It's not impacting me. I don't care what's going on the political side. And both Republicans and Democrats. You think all these... Because think about it. With all these riots and shit that we saw in 2020, there were Antifa members and Black Lives Matter members that had AR-15s while they're marching down the streets. Even though we don't align politically, they still enjoy the right to carry the firearms that the government is trying to ban. The reason why the media isn't portraying that, because then you're going to have Democrats and far lefties that are going completely nuts because now, their crazy woke policies are going to infringe on their rights, even though they are so used to infringing on everyone else's rights. That's why the mainstream media isn't reporting this, because it's not only is it bad for, people that align on the right, it's also bad for people that align on the left that enjoy, the freedom to own whatever gun they want. It's crazy. Someone said, why do you need a 40-inch TV? Same reason you should have an AR-15, because we all want one. Go back to your 19-inch TV. It's all you need. Someone said, yeah, I mean, you can't see shit, though. By the way, we're giving out a 55-inch TV tonight right after the January 6th hearing. The only thing you have to do if you want to get one is go over. I don't have it anymore. But all you have to do is go follow the link in the chat, buy that Rational American mega box of goodies. It's got T-shirts, hats, hoodies, and all that stuff. And I will choose one person at random live on the air tonight after that January 6th hearing. And you will win a TV, and I'll ship it right to you. So there's no question. Nobody's going to be like, Steve doesn't do it. Because, yeah, I do. I do it right live on the air. So, but, yeah, we've given away a bunch of TVs. And also, that's not your only chance to win a TV. If you buy one of those mega boxes, one of the boxes is actually going to have a golden envelope inside, which is going to entitle you to a free TV. You're just going to have to email me a code. Someone has Biden has COVID. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to do any wishful thinking right now. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to. It wouldn't surprise me though. So yeah, I guess. So Biden gave a speech yesterday. So Biden's got COVID today, and he gave a speech yesterday where he was speaking about climate change when he was in a convoy of roughly 400 gas vehicles. You know, really, really weird. So I wonder who was around him. You know, I wonder who's around him. All right, so here's the story. Vaccinated and boosted Joe Biden test positive for COVID. It says on Thursday, President Joe Biden tested positive for COVID, with the announcement coming less than 24 hours after he issued an address in Massachusetts regarding the climate. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre issued a statement on Thursday morning confirming the president's test results, saying that Biden is currently experiencing very mild symptoms and is taking Paxlovid, an antiviral treatment for COVID. Consistent with CDC guidelines, he will isolate at the White House and continue to carry out all of his duties fully at that time. He has been in contact with members of the White House White House staff by phone this morning and will participate in his planned meetings at the White House this morning by Zoom and from the residence. The press secretary stated that, consistent with the White House protocol for COVID, the president will work in isolation until he tests negative, upon which time he will return to in-person work. He's probably really happy about being in isolation. You know, that's where he thrives, in his basement. They're saying, out of an abundance of transparency, the White House will provide a daily update on the president's status as he continues to carry out and fulfill duties of the office while in isolation. They said, per standard protocol, for any positive case at the White House medical unit will inform all close contacts of the president during the day today, including any members of Congress and any members of the press who interacted with the president during yesterday's travel. The president's previous test for COVID was Tuesday, when he had a negative test result. The positive COVID test results came less than a day after Biden's climate speech in Massachusetts, where he said he had cancer. You may have missed that speech yesterday. He said, that's why I and so many damn people I grew up with have cancer, and why for the longest time. Delaware has the highest cancer rate in the nation, he said yesterday, which caused a lot of people to say, well, holy crap, does Joe Biden have cancer? To which the White House said he had cancer. He didn't mean have. Even, you know, these gaffes are something that, you know, we're kind of, I would say we're used to. I would not be surprised if Kamala Harris is the president within a couple of days. I would not be surprised, and you guys know that. Everyone's thinking it. I would not be surprised if Kamala Harris is forced to assume the role of president. Joe Biden is an old man, okay? He's an old man, and he's polling incredibly low. Incredibly low. Like, Democrats may be like, is this the moment? I would not be surprised. And you guys know it, too. I know a lot of you guys thought about it. I know a lot of you did. Second I heard it this morning, I was like, you know, well, whatever. Someone said, I don't want either. Yeah, but which one's worse? Like, can you imagine? I bet Kamala Harris would actually hold more press briefings, you know, where she would address, because Joe Biden's held 9, I believe. 9 since he's been in office, a very long time, you know. But it's funny. I'm talking to a Black Lives Matter group right now that apparently got ripped off by the same company that I reported on for months and months and months. The same company that's suing me. So it's funny because I literally warned these people years ago that they're going to get ripped off by these people. I urged them to just pay attention, listen, read our stories. They didn't do it. And now all their footage is getting stolen and all this stuff. And so I told him we'll write on it. You know, he wants to come on my platform. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone know who Jafari Jones is? He's a radical Black Lives Matter activist from Newport News, or I think he's from Newport News. And you know, he can't. I don't believe he can possess firearms. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think he can. But yeah, someone tipped me off that he has that he's been posting that he got ripped off, which is funny because I went through all my messages and I'm like, oh shit, here I am a year ago saying you shouldn't work with him. Like I don't care, I don't believe in what you believe in, you know, and but you shouldn't work with him because you're gonna get ripped off. Mark my words. And then today I was like, I told you so. Like, yeah, kind of rubbed it in his face, but. Yeah, someone said, what if he says ACAB and F-12? Yeah, he's incredibly anti-cop, But here's the thing: he feels like he's been gaffed, and it would be interesting to hear. He's a little bit different because it seems. Granted, he's a radical, crazy guy, but he's a little bit different because I've seen some things that kind of it doesn't. It almost makes me think he doesn't actually align with the left based on some of the things he said, which is kind of funny because, you know, everyone is, you know, with all the protests and all that stuff, you would think he does. But he's definitely, based on some of the things that I've heard, he's got some racist tendencies and stuff like that. What are they voting on right now? They're voting on a motion to recommit 8373. 8373 is, what is it? Let's see. 8373 is House resolution to protect a person's ability to access contraceptives and to engage in contraception, and to protect a healthcare provider's ability to provide contraception. So they're basically trying to ratify it because there's no actual issue here. That what they're trying to do is ratify it into law that the federal government can usurp states' authority and force physicians, even if they disagree with it, to provide contraceptive care to people that are pregnant and don't want to be, or people that don't, you know what I mean? I believe, maybe I shouldn't just do it. Let's check out the text. Scooby-Doo. Where is it? Related bills. So providing consideration for making appropriation for the Department of Transport. So yeah, it's just exactly what I said. I can't find the actual bill. Where is it? Man, I'm hungry. We didn't have eggs this morning, so now I'm hungry. Yeah, it just says to protect a person's ability to access contraceptives and to engage in contraception, and to protect a healthcare provider's ability to provide contraceptives, something like that. Sorry. It's hard. April, you want to talk to this dude? Because he's sending like cryptic messages. So I don't even know. I think there's definitely a story. So for anyone that doesn't know, Nexus is the company. When we first moved to Virginia last year from Florida, we immediately got some word that there was some weird stuff going on down in Augusta County. There were protests out of a sheriff's department, but they were different than other protests. Like BLM was marching all throughout the United States, so that was something that wasn't unsurprising. But we noticed that a lot of the protests were a lot of the protests were staged. You know, they had chants. There was a film crew following them. All of the protesters were all mic'd up. We did some digging into it and found out they're filming a reality TV show. We dug into the ownership of the company that was producing the reality TV show, found out they are huge. They're, $1 million company. And what they do is they have this bail thing. It's like legal scamming. It's so weird that it's legal. But long story short, they put ankle monitors on migrants that are seeking asylum when they're released on an immigration bond. They put ankle monitors. Now they can't do it anymore because they got in trouble. So they use tracking cell phones that track, everything about the migrant. And they charge a weekly fee or a monthly fee to the migrants that they do. But they were making this show, which I found really odd. So we reported on it quite a few times. Since our reporting, actually in December of last year, one of the executives of that company was actually indicted by the federal government on 10 felonies. And that case is still ongoing. And he's under judicial restraint already in the state of Virginia for perjury, I believe. The other one, they're long time criminals. They have rap sheets through the roof. Fraud and crimes of moral turpitude, like, theft and bad checks and shit like that. But 3 days after that federal indictment was handed down by a federal grand jury, they sued me, not the company, just me, for 2 lawsuits worth $5.5 million. And we're still fighting with it. Nothing's been happening since March 15th. We went in and did a sanctions hearing against their attorney, who's her name's Amina Matheny Willard or something, which is weird because she's also a cast member in a new reality show, but she's an attorney as well out of Newport News, Virginia. So it's kind of interesting that this company is still out doing it. They have judgment after judgment. Like if you look them up in Pacer, you can see they have hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars worth of financial judgments against their company. They just seemingly don't pay it, and I don't know how they're not all in jail for not paying it, and hiding their revenues and all that stuff. It's very fishy, but I started reporting on it simply because the company was paying these kids to go out and protest, and I thought it was really odd, and so. That's it. This Jafari Jones guy with Black Lives Matter 757. He is, we've covered him during our riot coverage in 2020 because his group of Black Lives Matter protesters. See, I censored myself there. His group of Black Lives Matter protesters in Newport News in that area are a little bit, more high strung than a lot of the other ones. They're very loud. They like to get in your face. I've never really seen any violence. But we did see some chaos in early 2020. In fact, they're so loud. I didn't like to play them on the air because I had to keep adjusting the sound levels every time because they're just annoying. They're the ones that go out and they're all carrying weapons and there's that one fat dude that calls himself Pa or something like that, and he carries like a handgun here, 2 handguns on his hip, 2 behind him, because he can. Because apparently he doesn't have a criminal record like the rest of them that are wearing body or plate carriers, but they can't even have plates in them because they're convicted felons, so they're not allowed to have plates in them. So they just wear what they bought on a Chinese website or something. It's really funny. It's really funny. Someone said, "Is it the same guy that was harassing the fire department on the beach run?" I'm not sure. But like I said, I'll be honest and say some of the things that they've said are a little out there-ish. But then, some of the other things I've heard, I believe that they're pro-life, which is weird to hear someone on the left. And some of the points, that they've made in some of the arguments, they've talked a lot about, the violence that takes place in Richmond and Virginia Beach and Newport News and those areas. And not just police and, related violence. No, they talk about actual, violence, which is what I've been talking about forever. But yeah, I just can't get on board with all the radical stuff. But yeah, he just asked if I wanted to come or if he could come on my platform. So I don't know what you guys think. Should I let him? I mean, because I don't want to get in a big debate. I only want to talk about this company and give them a platform to do it. But at the same time, part of me is like, no, don't let him come on your platform. But I don't know. What if, because it would, because then I'm going to end up like arguing with him about stupid shit, you know, his politics. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Let him come on. That's what someone said. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll send him a message and say, yeah, you can come on. Let's do this. It would be funny. Funny. Someone said BLM 757 also don't want gun control. I saw one of his videos where he made some valid points. Yeah, I'm telling you, I've been watching him for a while. He does make some valid points every now and then. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think even though he's super irrational, he has a rational mind. Does that make sense? Like he acts one way when he's out in public, but then when he's like just by himself, granted, he still says some batshit crazy shit, but there's some thoughts and some things that he says that are like, hey, you know what? That may make sense. Very interesting. You know, they're still voting on this bill or on the motion to recommit. It's looking like, they have to get a 60%, right? Is that what it is? So far, 8 Republicans have voted no on a motion to recommit. Is it a 50-50 split? Who is that guy on YouTube that said everything? I don't know. Man, I'm hungry. Once this thing comes back, and if they do go into another hour debate, I'm going to run to the post office, drop this shit off, and then go home and eat. Because I'm starving. I'm hungry as shit, yo. That's how us kids say it nowadays. Like the TikTok, oh, we starving. We're hungry as shit. Yo, yo, yo. Someone said BLM, no, let them fight their own battles. How are you going to enlighten them? They're destroying half of the country. No, see, here's the thing. And this is what a lot of people don't realize. BLM, the actual movement itself, not the organization, that is our battle. It's because, you know, it's Americans that are marching down the streets. You don't need to agree with them. You need to be able to understand their position. I don't agree with the BLM movement because a lot of the data that they're saying is wrong. But I've said since I started doing this that I do believe Black Lives Matter. And I do believe there are people in this country that feel like they're being marginalized because of their race. And that is a massive issue. No American should sit back and allow someone to feel that way, even if the data and even if the science and even if reality doesn't show that. If someone feels that way, then we're not doing our job as Americans to try to fix it. You know what I mean? If we just shun it. So that's kind of my, because, and back in the day, I used to talk about how I worked out with a firefighter down when I lived in Florida. He was a firefighter from New York City. And or he was a firefighter down south, but he was originally from New York City. And we were talking about all this stuff, and he was a black dude. And I asked him, I'm like, have you ever been like pulled over and you feel like you got pulled over for your race? And he's like, yeah, dozens of times. And I'm like, it's so weird because I've been pulled over too, twice in my life, and I never thought it was because I was an incredibly handsome white guy. You know what I mean? I never thought that. See how I threw in the incredibly handsome thing? You're welcome. But I never felt like that, and this is a guy that works alongside police. He's on the rapid response teams and everything with the fire department and EMS. He's a paramedic, I believe. See, he works alongside the police officers every single day. But he felt when he lived in New York that he got pulled over a lot because of his race, and that's something that I think everyone needs to realize. We may not be able to see that, and maybe it's not real. But if people feel that way, then we have to do our job as Americans to make them not feel, whether it's through education, whether it's through teaching them or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Or paying attention. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people are like, well, I don't believe in the organization, which I don't at all believe in the organization. So I can't support the Black Lives Matter movement. I don't believe and make no mistake, I don't believe in rioting or anything. And I don't believe marching down the street saying, black people are disproportionately killed by police, because then you have to look at all the data. You have to look at the data. A black person has a 1 in 5 chance of getting shot by another black person in their life. Those are real data. 51% of all homicides in America are committed by a black person. That is real data. And I don't know the percentage of victims of homicides in the United States, but I guarantee it's well over 75% of all homicide victims in America are African American. That is a problem. That is a problem. Someone said, bad idea to bring him on your show, especially if you're in litigation with the company he's going to talk about. Bad idea. Let him use his own platform. Yeah, you're probably right. I'll reach out to our attorney and ask him what he thinks. Do you feel we should use our preferred pronouns? There's no such thing as preferred pronouns. You have man and woman, me and my, right? No, he, she, whatever. Yeah, that's it. There's no other ones. The fucking they thing it doesn't make any sense. I'll be honest. It doesn't make any sense. They, them, you know. Do I care if someone else does it? No, I don't. Maybe I'm different. I don't care if someone else wants to use a they, them pronoun, but you can't expect me to break from 38 years of who I am to now identify you as them when I talk about you. Nah, I don't do that shit. That's not realistic. Does that make, you know, it's a very easy way to think about it because I frankly don't care. You know what I mean? Martin said he feels the same with his super chats. Like, I like that. He's asking a question. It catches my eye. Not my ire, my eyes, you know, because I see it's in big things. I appreciate that, Martin, with the super chats. Someone said, missed the tidbit when they were crying about big scary guns. Yeah, it was all day. I don't know how you can miss that. You know? Someone said, having an argument with someone that wants all drugs legalized. My solution, not only make it legal, make it 100% free. No ID or age restrictions either. Yeah, that's stupid. No, we should make all drugs illegal again, because now there's some states where they've decriminalized hard drugs and now they have a rampant drug problem. You know what I mean? Cindy said, I'm 59. It's not happening. You are either he, she. Yeah. You know, and I talked to my wife about that because they have policies in schools. My wife is a teacher. They have policies in school which dictate on how they're, you know, that they essentially they have to make an effort. They can't misgender or whatever. Like if a girl wants to be a dude, they have to do their best as teachers to rectify that, which doesn't make a lot of sense, because I think especially in elementary education or mid education, you should be doing your best to boost the confidence of the child, not fuck them over for life, in my opinion. Because I mean, we don't allow 10-year-olds to vote. We don't allow 10-year-olds to drive cars or do anything or have any adult responsibilities. And you know why? Because they're impressionable. So we should be encouraging our youth to figure out who they are. Like, again, if someone wants to use different pronouns, it doesn't affect me. I don't give a shit. But you can't get mad at me because I fuck up because of 38 years of not giving a shit. You know what I mean? I have nothing against people that want to be known as a unicorn. Good for you. You know, right now I want to be known as a bed so I can go sleep in it. You know? Someone said, wife's an elementary school teacher in Louisiana, and now they don't do that. You're a boy or a girl. Fuck that mental ass shit. Yeah, no, again, they do that. They do that up here in Virginia, in a conservative county. It's just, it's the way the policies it's the way the policies are. I disagree with it 100% because she'll allow people to, you know, these kids to write papers where they describe people as they, them, instead of he or she, which to me is it's improper English. You can't do it. You can't do it. It doesn't make any sense. Like literally when you read the sentence and she's like, well, it's got a different meaning. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. The words mean one thing, you know? But again, you know, teachers do what they do. You know what I mean? I can't, you know, she doesn't teach that stuff. You know what I mean? She doesn't teach that you can use whatever pronoun. These kids have, by the time they even get to 7th grade, they're already brainwashed. The ones that are, you know? But how about no pronouns in school? Just use them by their legal name. Yeah, but a lot of people don't like that either. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't like their own name. They want to be known, like she had students that want to be known by, you know, female students that want to be known by dude names or dude students that want to be known by female names. She obliges that. But again, I mean, I understand the argument because here's the thing. Like, I would fuck it up all this. I do it with Jenner. What the fuck's the name? Caitlyn, right? Because it's still a guy to me. I don't care if they've surgically tried to make him look like a female. It's still a guy. You know what I mean? That's the way I think about it. Do I think he's any less of a person because he decides to be a woman? No, it doesn't affect me. I would have to have a weird talk with my kid or something if we, ran by, because my kids would be like, Dad, what, Dad? And I'd be like, oh, shit. We'll talk about that in a couple of years because it's not going to make any sense. But I don't care. It doesn't affect me. And I certainly, and there's a lot of people that are disgusted by that kind of stuff. And that's your prerogative too. I could understand. I understand your view. And I think people have to understand that people are allowed to have their own views. You know what I mean? And do what they want to do. Because if you say that someone can't do that or can't live a certain way, then you are literally doing what the Democrats are doing to us. If you say someone can't live their life wearing a dress, then what is the difference of you saying that versus Democrats saying you can't have AR-15s? Because you're saying that Democrats shouldn't be able to say that to you, and yet you're trying to dictate what other people do. Does that make sense? I think it does. I'm like having a conversation with myself here, but you're welcome. Thanks, man. The door's locked. Motherfuckers. I hate when I hear like a bang. You know what I mean? Especially when the old 90, this fella right here, when that's not close enough. I like to have it right here, facing the front, just in case. Retired Olympic gold medal winning decathlete Jenner played college football for the Graceland Yellow Jackets before incurring a knee injury that required surgery. I don't even know what a fucking decathlete is, nor do I care. I don't care. Like, I don't, that stuff, we have such bigger issues in this country to worry about. Like, if that's what you're going to get your dress all up in a tizzy over, you must have a really simple life. You know what I mean? I've got a million other things that are far more worrying than whether a dude wants to wear a dress for the day. You know what I mean? I think other people are like, oh, no, it's the end. The world's ending. Someone said I was at a Styx concert Sunday night, took my granddaughter, and her friend, they're 13, some asshole as old as you, grabbed their friend's butt. Oh, yeah. They would be dead. They would be dead. Dum, bum, bum, dum, dum. I guess we may have a troll on. You know what? We got to chill out on calling people the trolls on our platforms, because I think that is what people there. Because here's the thing, people are allowed to have a difference of opinion. You know what I mean? That's why I changed the show from Wake Up America to The Rational American, and the reason is because I don't know. I did it. It made sense when I did it. I forgot why. I did it because I'm just tired. I'm tired of Republicans. I'm tired of leftists. I'm tired of, like, for example, I paid for an ad on Facebook, right, to sell these boxes because we need to sell as many of these boxes as we can. Like, our future kind of depends on it.
And the nays are 234. The motion is not adopted.
Okay, so they're not going to recommit, so that means they're going to go for a final vote. Nancy Pelosi is stepping up to the lectern. I'll provide narration.
The House will be in order.
She's going to do sign language now. No.
The House will be in order.
Shut up.
The chair asks all members in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol,
This is where they're
to
going to
observe a moment of silence in memory of Officer Jacob J. Chestnut and Detective John M. Gibson of the United States Capitol Police, who were killed in the line of duty defending the Capitol on July 24th, 1998.
Yeah, April, if the person's just being super outlandish, you can get rid of them. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me. Yeah, April, if they're being super outlandish, you can just get rid of them.
All those
obviously.
in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek
I
recognition?
demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
So now they're voting on
For
some.
what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam
All right, so now they're I think they're now voting to pass the bill in the House, which would provide contraceptives and protection. But see, Republicans were saying that this forces doctors who don't want to provide contraceptives to provide contraceptives. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Janine Pritchard said no police were killed defending the Capitol. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Police have been killed defending the Capitol. In fact, after January 6th, 2 Capitol police officers, actually, I believe one of them was killed. Another one was critically wounded defending the Capitol from an Islamic terrorist. but they don't talk about that. He wasn't Islamic. I'm sorry. He was a black nationalist. They don't talk about that. More people died, more Capitol police officers died in that singular attack than all of January 6th because, well, no Capitol police officers died on January 6th. You know what I mean? Those are just facts. There's been Capitol police officers killed in the line of duty before. There just wasn't any on January 6th. And she didn't say January 6th. She said 1994 or whatever it was. They're just casting all their yays and nays. This is on passage of 8373, which it's going to pass because they could pass whatever they want right now. Senate is a little bit
For
different.
what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Jeffries of New York, Mr. Mfumi of Maryland, Ms. Bush of Missouri, and Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House these members vote yes on H.R. 8373.
So, someone in the chat said, please, all doctors will always be allowed to fill scripts for contraceptives, which they're fine with. Yeah, they're trying to codify it. But someone said black extremists are Muslims. No, they're not. That's not true. That's a false statement. Don't write it in my chat, Ben John. It's not true. Black nationalists are not Muslims. In fact, many of them say they're like Hebrew Israelites. They're not Muslims. Some of them are Christians. They say, claim to be Christians. So that's, there are extremists of all, they come in all shapes and flavors. But yeah, I'm unsure of what, I'm unsure. See, 2 Republicans already voted yes in this thing. I'm unsure really what this bill, I know a lot of the Republicans were saying this bill will force doctors to provide contraceptives, even if they don't believe in it. Which I don't know if that's even true. I wouldn't be surprised politicians lie, regardless of whether they're on the right or left. Teresa said, hi, Steve from Connecticut, just got in. Biden has COVID. Yes, we know. We know Biden has COVID. It's crazy story. Does anyone believe that it will be... So that lady can't back up. Want to see? Can you see her car right there? She's trying to back up. There's an open spot. There's no car behind her. This is what I do all day. I just watch them. See her back up right there? Slow as shit. That's the best part about this now. And when those curtains are gone, you're going to be able to see a lot clearer. When all the people stop and stare in here. Especially at night now, because if I'm live at night, all the lights are on so people could see in here at night. And then they see me through the door. You could see the door there. That's the only part that's not covered by the blankets or the sheets there, whatever the fuck they are, the backdrop. And so they'll stop there and stare in to be what is he doing? He's in front of all sorts of cameras and microphones. I should just put the camera like this and just leave the live stream up 24/7. You know what I mean? You can't really see. Like, it was actually, I could see a lot clearer. I have a better camera I could use, but I'm not going to. But yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. So they're still voting. 4 Republicans have voted yes. 2 voted present, which is essentially a yes vote. But I think they need what, a 60% majority in the House, which I think they already have it. I don't know. If it goes to the Senate, that's probably where they're not going to pass. Well, it depends. It depends on what they'll do in the Senate. And I don't know whether this goes today or tomorrow or whatever. And it's crazy that so many people can't, like in 5 minutes, you can't get all the votes in when they use electronic devices. It's pretty crazy. You should go interview them. What, just outside? She had a little baby and stuff. I'm not doing that. Hi, so what do you think about America? Do you like it? Like, it'd be odd. Did you guys see the father of the young man who was shot and killed in CHOP is suing the city of Seattle? Good, he should. I wonder if Ben Crump will be his attorney. He won't, because he only cares about the ones where he can make a lot of money. This is day 720 of reminding you that Ben Crump's brother was a law enforcement officer who Ben Crump defended after his brother, a law enforcement officer, sexually assaulted someone while on duty. Yeah. Mainstream media doesn't talk about that. But it's true. I had the redacted police reports. I know that Ben Crump was the one who came in there after the lady reported the assault, and Ben Crump's brother was questioned by police. I know who was there, who came in and represented him, but it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Mainstream media doesn't cover it. All Ben Crump's lackeys don't cover it. They don't care. It is what it is. They say, well, he's not a sex offender, right? He only pled guilty to like assault. They removed the sex offender stuff and barred him from being a cop for the rest of his life. But now they're saying it wasn't. He was charged with assault, I believe, a felony assault, but he wasn't charged with a sexual assault, even though the whole thing stems from him sexually assaulting her. Crazy. Just so she can get out of a ticket, I guess. Crazy stuff. Someone said not in that tone, Steve. What? Hey, can I interview you? You don't think I should walk out there? Someone said 17-year-old Gwen Caston died 36 days ago. How? I have no idea. I don't know who that is. April, did we write a story on Gwen Caston? Adita, are you the one that's been putting that in the chat for a couple of days? I've seen it, but I don't know what it is. I read it because of the super chat. Like I said, I'm like, I could like turn on the thing so it reads it for him, but I feel like I'll do it next super chat. I'll do it in an English voice. They're still voting. Time has been up for several minutes now. 6 Republicans voted yes. 2 voted present. 191 voted no. Currently, it's 202 to 191 with 36 votes outstanding. It's odd, April said. Someone said, don't worry, he's probably fed now. Yeah. Yep. All right. I'm just going to leave this up. I'm going home to eat lunch. I'll be back. Let me make sure it sounds on this time. But I'm going to go home and eat lunch. The sound is on. So I'll be back in about an hour. I'm just going to leave this up so we can see what's going on next. I'll be live today. I've never heard of ODW Logistics, Lori. I've never heard of them. I can look them up if you want to send me an email, social@citizenstringer.com. I'll look them up and I'll give you an honest opinion. I'll ask some peeps. What time is your show tonight? Definitely don't want to miss it. Excited about ordering my box today. You can order your box right now. It's anybody who orders a box will be entered for the chance to win. Anyone who orders a box today will be entered. So even if you've ordered a box previously, order another one. Do it a different size. Gift it to your husband, your spouse, your grandparents, your neighbor. It doesn't matter, or just take all the shirts and the hats and everything, go to the flea market with them. Or you could do what I do, and you could print like 4 or 5 of the same T-shirt, or you can have like 4 or 5 of the same T-shirt, and then you could just wear the same thing every day, almost like a uniform. I don't do that, though. I plan to because I like the America, this one. It's one of my favorite shirts, and I like it in green because I think it brings out my eyes. But I'm kind of goofy today, but hopefully you guys are good. But yeah, our live coverage will begin probably around 7:30 tonight because our football practice has been canceled because of the heat and they can't do it in the gyms because they're waxing the floor. So they canceled the football practice for my son. So, yeah, someone said, what's the strongest coffee you sell? It's called Flying High, and we're out of it right now. We should have it in the next day or two. I'm going to reformulate it as well and go with a new roaster. So I believe the caffeine content is even higher, but it's a little bit cheaper for us. So I'm actually going to be placing that order today. So I will do a restock before tonight's show of all the coffee because I think we're out of the Wake Up America blend. We're out of the Awake Not Woke blend as well. And we just ran out of the Flying High. So, yeah, tonight I'll have it all in because once I place an order, then I'll have it go. And then, yeah. But, yeah, you guys can go to puretruthcoffee.com right now and order the Rational American box. That box comes with 3 custom T-shirts that we print right here on the other side of that wall right there. A custom piece of drinkware. It's going to be a mug likely. I think I'm going to try a different design on the mugs. I have to order those as well. It'll also have a bunch of stickers, some patches. One of the boxes will include a custom piece of wood-burned art that my wife is incredibly talented when it comes to artistry. So she's making like a patriotic design.
On this vote,
on a log.
The gays are...
I don't know what happened. They just yelled. I guess people didn't vote. Something's happening. But yeah, she's making a piece of art. But yeah, you can order a box. One of the boxes is going to contain a gold envelope, which entitles you to free TV. And then tonight as well, after the January 6th hearing, we're going to be giving away a free TV. So right now on social media, I will post the link out for all of you guys.
On this vote, the yeas are 228, the nays are 195, and 2 are answering present. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
So fucking stupid. But yeah. Flying High is great. Someone said, I get you need to buy a box part. Huh? Someone said, what's Steve giving away? A 55-inch flat screen TV.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations that was declared in Executive Order 13581 of July 24, 2011, under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13863 of March 15, 2019, is to continue in effect beyond July 24, 2022. The activities of significant transnational criminal organizations have reached such scope and gravity that they threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Such organizations are becoming increasingly sophisticated and dangerous to the United States. They are increasingly entrenched in the operations of foreign governments and the international financial system, thereby weakening democratic institutions, degrading the rule of law, and undermining economic markets. These organizations facilitate and aggravate violent civil conflicts and increasingly facilitate the activities of other dangerous persons. Significant transnational criminal organizations continue.
Yeah, so this is just all policy and shit that they're doing right now. That's all it is. But yeah, like I said, I'm going to stay live today until I don't want to anymore, probably. And then around 7:30, we're going to kick on live. I'm not going to upload any videos or anything because I want it to send out notifications. So 7:30, we'll start our January 6th hearing coverage. I think tonight may be interesting because I think now they're starting to talk about what actually happened. And I'm very curious to see if John Sullivan, the Antifa scumbag that was arrested inside the Capitol, he was initially charged with 4 federal felonies. They've upped it to 7 now because he lied to FBI agents after the fact. He's the one that captured the murder footage of Ashley Babbitt being killed in cold blood by the Capitol police officer while she posed no actual physical threat to him. As we all know, because we've all seen the video, and anyone who wants to challenge that, tell me how that's different than, Rayshard Brooks, right? Or anyone. Oh, and you can. I'll tell you how it's different, right? Because she didn't do anything. She was unarmed. She was unarmed. Like, I don't want to hear anyone say, whoa, she was attacking the Capitol. Well, she was climbing through a broken window because she just ripped the helmet off a guy that was smashing the window. That's what she was doing. It was all captured on footage, but that's cool. Anyone that wants to say she deserved to die, you're a scumbag and I don't like you, and I hope that you have a horrible life for the rest of your life. Just me personally saying it. Should she have been in the Capitol? Probably not. Should she have been shot and killed in cold blood by Michael Byrd, Lieutenant Michael Byrd of the Capitol Police Department? Absolutely not. 100% no. That was a homicide. Look at this fucking scooter, dude. This thing is awesome. He's balancing. I want that so fucking bad. I want that so bad. It's balancing on 2 wheels right now.
Newest members of NATO, Finland and Sweden. Although the conflict in Ukraine has begun.
Anyway, I'll see you guys after lunch. I'll see you after lunch.
By a violent autocrat with delusions of grandeur, making the strength of NATO all the more important. Every day, Vladimir Putin has demonstrated his willingness to kill and maim countless innocent civilians and trample international norms of hopes of reclaiming the glory of a long-gone empire. Invading Ukraine, Putin expected to fracture the world's response, dividing the United States and our NATO allies. Instead, he has done just the opposite. Led by the United States, the international community has stood in lockstep with the people of Ukraine. And now we are expanding the roster of NATO countries, creating a stronger and more united membership than ever before. Finland and Sweden's ascension to NATO will bolster our collective security and serve as a warning to Russia and all other global aggressors. The United States and the international community are more united than ever before. We will never tolerate attempts to expand sovereign borders through force. Not in Ukraine, not anywhere. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, 175 native languages are spoken in this country today, and they are threatened. Without preservation efforts, by the year 2050, there will be fewer than 20 spoken. Now, for best fluency, you really should start language education by the age of 10. And luckily, that is what Pine Ridge's Thunder Valley CDC and the Rural Grant Initiative are doing. They're using dollars from the Esther Martinez Native Languages Program, which we have funded, to teach Lakota to the youngest students. It's incredibly powerful. Mr. Speaker, language is the lifeblood of culture. And I'm so proud that these 2 programs are working hard in South Dakota to preserve language and culture. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to share the direct investments in Pennsylvania's 5th District for workers and businesses provided by this year's National Defense Authorization Act. We worked hard to secure continued funding for the CH-47F Block 2 Chinook and V-22 Osprey programs, which provide good-paying local jobs to over 4,000 skilled men and women who build those aircraft in Ridley Park, Pennsylvania. In addition to supporting thousands of good-paying local jobs, the programs benefit dozens of small businesses and suppliers across Pennsylvania. I'm also pleased that this year's NDAA includes my bill to support federal firefighters in PA5 and across the country. Federal firefighters, like those at Philadelphia's Navy Yard, have some of the toughest jobs in our communities, but budget cuts have forced them to operate without full crews, making their jobs more dangerous. My bill requires the Department of Defense to adhere to national fire protection staffing standards at the Navy Yard and elsewhere. I'm proud that this year's defense bill recognizes the invaluable contributions of PA5 workers and businesses to our national security, and I'll continue to advocate for PA5 priorities as the legislation makes its way to the President's desk. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, imagine waking up one morning to a sharp, debilitating pain ripping through your lower abdomen that is so excruciating it brings you to your knees. Then going to your doctor seeking relief, only to be told that while the medicines exist because of a new anti-contraception law, you will simply have to endure. Endure the unbearable pain that is all so consuming it limits your daily activities. By threatening access to contraception, this is the new reality extremists propose for thousands of Americans. Americans who rely on contraceptives to manage health challenges like menstrual cramps, hormone imbalance, and even acne are now grappling with the fear of no access as the far right continues its war on reproductive health care. Today, I proudly voted for the Access to Birth Control Act because all Americans should have the right to access and use birth control, regardless of the reason why. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express deep concern about the Japanese government's handling of the case of Lieutenant Ridge Alconis, a U.S. Navy officer stationed at Yokosuka Naval Base. In May 2021, Lieutenant Alconis and his family were on their way home from hiking on Mount Fuji. Tragically, Lieutenant Alconis lost control of his vehicle due to acute mountain sickness, causing him to lose consciousness. As a result, 2 bystanders tragically lost their lives. Lieutenant Alconis is remorseful for the medical incident that caused the events of that day. He has offered $1.65 million in extrajudicial restitution to the victims' families, a gesture expected in Japan, but far beyond the family's means. Ultimately, Lieutenant Alconis was sentenced this month by the Japanese High Court to 3 years in prison. I've been extremely upset to learn that the case was not conducted in a way that was fair to Lieutenant Alconis and that the Japanese government violated the Status of Forces Agreement, which governs the treatment of our service members there. I understand that our embassy in Tokyo has been monitoring this case, and I strongly urge them to do more to support a service member in need. My office has been working with the Department of the Navy and the Office of the Secretary of Defense to support Lieutenant Alconis and his parents, Suzanne and Derek, throughout this case. As I do, the Navy believes that this is the wrong sentence for Lieutenant Alconis. I won't be giving up on Lieutenant Alconis, and the Department of Defense must not either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life and legacy of my good friend and community organizer, Mary Chris of Fort Worth. Mary Chris was a mother, a wife, very organized in the community, and was blessed to have lived a wonderful life. She was so into I Am Terrell, loved the I Am Terrell Association, and being an alumni and someone that was revered within that high school alumni association. In addition to that, she also worked to organize her community and help get street lights and stop signs put up in her Eastwood community in Stop 6, and was a longtime precinct chair and supporter of so many. But more importantly than that, Mary Chris loved God and was a devout member of Beth Eaton Baptist Church, and was married for over 5 decades to her husband, Carl, and raised her son, granddaughters, and loved watching her grandson after school. She was a family woman and just loved her family intensely, and she will be missed not only by her family, but everyone in the community, the I Am Terrell Alumni Association community, and everyone that knew Mary Chris. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise my comments.
Pardon the error. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to tell you about a remarkable constituent, Isabel Bueso. Isabel came to the United States legally in 2003 from Guatemala as a small child to receive treatment for her rare disease, known as MPS 6. She was invited here to participate in clinical trials to help research and identify life-saving treatments for her rare condition. Thanks in large part to her participation, the FDA approved a treatment which the drug manufacturer says Isabel cannot receive in her home country. Before her treatment was discovered, Isabel's life expectancy was 7 years. Now she's 26 years old, having survived far beyond that, and helped others to survive because of her participation in this treatment trial. The previous administration unexpectedly canceled the program that Isabel and her family were under, and they were told that they had to leave in 33 days or risk being deported. Thanks to the American public and their outrage at this decision, and others like it, Isabel and her family were able to stay, and it was reinstated. We have a private bill that is now over in the Senate, and we hope the Senate will approve this so Isabel and her family can stay here in the United States safely. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Maureen L. Mulville, who was awarded the 2022 International Chief Science Officer Mentor of the Year Award. Maureen is the president and CEO of Actuated Medical in Bellefonte and has served her community as a leader and role model for over 15 years. She earned her master's and PhD in materials science from the Penn State University before co-founding Actuated Medical. While navigating the growth of her company, Maureen has continually dedicated time to supporting students in her community. She invited students studying science, technology, engineering, and math to shadow employees at Actuated Medical and provide them with the opportunity to learn about engineering professions. Maureen's career is a testament to the success and importance of small businesses in our local communities. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Science Officer Mentor of the Year Award recognizes Maureen's continued dedication to supporting local students as they prepare for STEM education and professions. Congratulations, Maureen, on your successful career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Over this past week, we've had to raise concerns about whether the Constitution still stood strong. I'm glad that we have worked hard to ensure the Ninth Amendment and the equal protection of the law are viable parts of American society and constitutional rights. I rise today to promote H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals, as a way of redress, repair, and restoration for the 246 years of slavery. I think it is important and an important moment for the country to pause and understand this historic moment in our history of the contributions that slaves made, including building this very place, the United States Capitol and the White House, and as well the economic engine that they created with making cotton king, never to be compensated, never to be provided, but still turned into patriots and fought in every world war. It is crucial that we move expeditiously to establish this commission to tell the story and to work on the restoration of the disparities that are found in the African American community from east to west and north to south. I cannot think of a reason why this House and this administration would not want to move on something as embracing as H.R. 40. Let's move it now.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. And from Louisiana, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the Majority Leader the schedule for next week.
Without objection.
Also, Mr. Speaker, ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. With that, I am happy to yield to my friend, the Majority Leader of the House, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank Mr. Scalise for yielding. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed, as usual, to 6:30 p.m. On Wednesday and Thursday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. I'll reiterate that because that's 2 hours earlier than the usual meeting, but we have a lot of business to do. So the House on Wednesday and Thursday will meet at 10 a.m. for legislative business. On Friday, the scheduled last day of the session before the August break, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. Next week, pending action of the Senate, hopefully, the House will consider the CHIPS Plus legislation to combat inflation by easing supply chain bottlenecks in semiconductors that are critical components in everything from cars to dishwashers to small electronics. Essentially, all of that, so many things that we use rely on having chip presence. That will help lower costs for Americans and increase supplies. This bill also will authorize a generational shift in research and innovation in America, helping ensure the next big ideas will start here and, importantly, stay here. The House will also consider H.R. 5118, the Wildfire Response and Drought Resiliency Act. All of us have seen the awful drought and wildfires that are occurring in the West and in other parts of the country, actually. A package of bills aimed at helping these living in Western states meet the challenges of fire and drought exacerbated by the climate crisis will be in that legislation. It would save lives, property, and farms and businesses from damage and destruction of fire and extreme drought. The House will also consider, Mr. Speaker, Representative Kildee's bill, the Susan Muffley Act, to restore retirement benefits for over 20,000 hardworking Delphi salary employees. That is a bipartisan bill. We'll also consider Representative Quigley's H.R. 263, the Big Cat Public Safety Act, which would ban the private ownership of big cats and bring an end to the harmful cub petting industry in an effort to enhance the safety of our communities. And the law enforcement, which you may not think about, the law enforcement has indicated this is a significant issue for them because they're the ones that are called in to handle it. This is an effort to enhance the safety of our communities, protect first responders, and safeguard these wild animals. The other reason it's on is because the Senate has asked, and I think there's a possibility that they will pass this through their unanimous consent process. Representative Jayapal's bill, H.R. 3771, dealing with South Asian Heart Health Awareness and Research Act, will also be on the floor to raise awareness regarding the alarming rate of heart disease in the South Asian community, invest in reversing this trend. Lastly, I would say that we're going to have Representative Liz Cheney's H.R. 4040, the Advancing Telehealth Beyond COVID-19 Act, which would further extend critical telehealth policies implemented during the pandemic while also making it easier for seniors, especially those in rural areas, to access emergency health care technologies. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the House may consider public safety legislation, including legislation marked up yesterday by the House Judiciary Committee, with a focus as well on accountability in terms of enforcement. The House will consider bills under suspension of the rules, of course. The complete list of suspension bills will be announced by the close of business today. And as always, additional legislative items are possible, particularly in this last week for us of our planned session prior to the August break. And I thank the Republican whip for yielding. Mr. Scalise, and I yield back.
And thank the gentleman for yielding. And A few bills that we've been hearing might come that weren't discussed, and I know the gentleman alluded to the CHIPS Act. I know the Senate still hasn't finalized anything there. We are hearing they may. There are some other bills we've been hearing might come over, of course. There seems like hearing talk that something on Build Back Better may come back over on budget reconciliation, whether it's the trillion plus, whether it's something different, whether we would come back in August to deal with that. I don't know if the gentleman can touch on what he might be hearing from the Senate and if there would be any plans beyond next week to come back in August, where it's currently not scheduled to be a legislative period that we would be in session. Not sure if the gentleman is willing to share that, but I'd yield.
Thank the gentleman for his question. Of course, we're all hearing rumors all the time and press reports all the time about what may happen. I think most of us don't know actually what will happen. But to speculate, we clearly on our side of the aisle, and obviously there's discussion that continues in the Senate about taking some parts of the reconciliation bill that can be agreed upon by sufficient numbers to pass it through reconciliation. And if something does happen, and it doesn't happen next week, and it happens the following week when we will not be here, then we may well have to come back. And I tell the gentleman the reason for that is it may well deal with the Affordable Care Act and the premium subsidies that were included in the American Recovery Plan and then furthered, extended in the Build Back Better Act. The reason that's important is because the insurance companies will be setting prices in September and maybe as late as October, and they will need to know what, in fact, in order to price their product properly, they'll need to know what we are going to do. Now, with respect to the gentleman's, and everybody's interested in this, of course, and the gentleman asked the question, I think that everybody's, are we going to come back in August? I don't know the answer to that, but I will tell you this, and you and I have discussed this before. One of the reasons we're leaving next week and the week thereafter is because we have a lot of people with young children. We see them on the floor all the time. And of course, schools now are going back earlier than they used to. When I was in school in the 1800s, schools went back after Labor Day. Now, as you know, we have schools going back as early as the middle of August. And therefore, what we've tried to do is have 2 weeks that members will have to be with their families on vacation. So my expectation is if we have to come back, we will not come back during the first 2 weeks. So that would be, from my perspective, and I don't want to guarantee that, but I feel pretty strongly about that. And I'm telling our members that, and I wanted to respond publicly, but we may have to come back in August again, because if the Senate passes language, if it has an impact on ACA, then we need to let the insurance companies know, not as a favor to them, but as a favor to our constituents, so the pricing of their product will be more affordable. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and I appreciate especially the concern about that first 2 weeks, because as with my family, a lot of families, those first few weeks where the families are still together before everybody goes back to school, a lot of plans are made. We have a lot of work to do. We also have families, and you don't want to, to lose that element of having people be able to spend the time back in their districts and back with their families. If schedules have to change, to at least give some lead time. And I know members on both sides appreciate that. Clearly, a lot of this depends on what the Senate does or doesn't do. For those of us that would prefer the Senate work in a bipartisan way, or especially work in a way that focused on addressing and being aware of the inflationary problems in the country. And of course, we just saw last week, 9.1% inflation, 40-year high. A lot of that driven by the spending in Washington. There is still talk that the Senate is trying to reach some agreement that would lead to potential large amount of tax increases. $1 trillion is a number that keeps being thrown around. It seems like trillions of dollars keep getting thrown around to the point where inflation has gotten out of control from the spending. We all know how much families are paying in so many things, gas prices, when they go to the grocery store, all the things that they buy, if they can afford to buy those things, are dramatically higher. Hopefully the Senate doesn't keep adding to that inflation by coming up with more ways to spend money that we don't have. We will see. There's also talk that as part of the Obamacare subsidies, that's a whole nother conversation, that that bill still needs heavy subsidies and is not affordable, but that they're talking about drug price controls that would be paired with that. And again, more a message to our friends on the other side of the chamber in the Senate, just for situational awareness. When countries do price controls, there is a cost in terms of life-saving drugs that are not available in countries where they've done price controls. And when you look at the United States, clearly a leader in innovation. We've seen it with Operation Warp Speed, where we were able to get 3 different vaccines approved in less than a year because we encourage innovation in this country. We don't penalize that innovation, but there are countries that do try to fix prices. And while it might sound populist to do it, the cost for those countries is that many life-saving drugs are not available in those countries. We all hear about Canada. Canada clearly is a country that fixes prices. France is a country that fixes prices. You can see here, almost half of the drugs that are available in America that save lives are not available in Canada and France. And so I know there's a temptation as they're negotiating over in the Senate to get into the price-fixing business. I'm not sure which life-saving drugs the Senate would like to remove off the shelves of the United States, but there will be life-saving drugs removed off the shelves. Let's not do to drug manufacturing and life-saving innovation in America what they've done to baby formula in America, where you can't even find it on shelves. You will not be able to find many life-saving drugs on the shelves in America if they go to price fixing. So I know it's a heated negotiation over there. They haven't come to an agreement. Hopefully they won't come to an agreement on something that would actually take life-saving drugs off the shelves in this country, but I would yield to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We're all very concerned about inflation, and one of the things that I talked about in the Affordable Care Act, a significant cost for Americans is their health insurance, and that bill is designed specifically to help them with the costs that they're incurring. But I would point out to the gentleman, and hopefully gas prices, which are a significant part of inflation, have come down 36 days in a row, come down over half a dollar in most areas of the country. And so we're making some progress, but not enough. We passed a bill, of course, through this House, which talked about price gouging. I don't know that anybody is for price gouging. Obviously, how to define price gouging is not simple. But having said that, I think certainly Americans don't want to make sure that they aren't gouged because they have to have a product. We've also passed the food and fuel to help with supply lines, help with competition, and help consumers bring their food prices down and gasoline prices by, for instance, helping out in the Midwest with E15 being available, which is a cheaper price. So the gentleman's correct. We have and we are dealing with inflationary issues. In fact, hopefully the CHIPS bill is going to pass the Senate. Hopefully we're going to pass it here, and it will have other items involved in it, hopefully dealing with manufacturing. I have an agenda that I think the gentleman has heard me talk about probably ad nauseum, make it in America. I believe we ought to make things in America, and we ought to, in doing so, help bring prices down, because we'll have supply availability here. I don't know whether the gentleman's heard me use a phrase, we need to stop relying on the unreliable. I think the gentleman's made some of those comments himself. I also want to say that there's a lot of, in my opinion, political assertion of the fact that this administration has caused inflation, which I think is completely without any factual support. And in fact, although clearly inflation is unacceptably high at 9.1% in June, the OECD average of economic developed countries in the world is 9.6%. So this is not something unique to America. It is a global inflation. It's not Biden policy inflation. It's a global, largely caused by the pandemic, largely caused by the reduction in supply of goods and the reduction in demand for a period of time. And then with the American Rescue Plan, we saw in our country, but all over the world, there became a surge of demand. But because you'd had the pandemic and you'd sent workers home and they hadn't come in to produce goods, the supply was down, the demand went up, and unfortunately inflation followed, which is very harmful to our people. As I say, the average OECD, however, is higher than we are. We're not an outlier. The G20 average is 8.8%, just about exactly what we are. And our closest peers, Germany, Canada, and the UK, are all around 8% inflation. So we're all in that place where inflation is causing our people a lot of pain, and we need to deal with it. The president's been trying to deal with it, and I think we've been trying to deal with it. As I said, we passed a lot of legislation. I think the CHIPS bill is going to have a really big impact. The car and the car industry and related is 1/3 of inflation. Why is that? Because the chips shortage has caused literally millions of cars to be sitting on docks or being sitting on parking lots somewhere unable to be sold because can't get the chips. Used car prices have gone up because they're in greater demand. And again, when you have greater demand, prices go up. So I would say to my friend, you and I agree 100% that inflation needs to be dealt with. The Fed obviously is trying to do that as well, because one way you deal with inflation is to increase interest rates and try to slow down the economy. And when you slow down the economy, what you're trying to do is reduce demand to meet supply and stabilize prices. So I say to my friend, we've been doing a lot of things to try to deal with inflation. I mentioned a number of those bills that we passed. A number of them are still in the Senate. But let us hope that the gasoline prices keep coming down. Now, there's some who speculate, well, they may go back up. They're not set by us. They're set on the international market. And clearly, there is no doubt that the war has had an impact on those prices, and a significant impact on those prices. Not the only reason, because as I said in our colloquy a couple of weeks ago, the oil companies reduced by 800,000 barrels per day production. Why? Because demand was down. Why? Not for any for a bad reason. The pandemic kept people in their homes and they weren't driving, and so demand went down. So the normal reaction of the supplier was to reduce their supply, which all is to say, this president believes that inflation is one of the top problems confronting the American people and the administration, and it's going to continue to work, try to bring that down. I'm hopeful the CHIPS bill comes over soon. Senate gets that done in whatever form it comes. I hope it's more robust than less robust, and I think it'll have a positive impact on bringing down inflation. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and I know there's been a lot of work by members on both sides on the CHIPS Act. Mr. McCall on our side, through the China Task Force, put out a number of recommendations. CHIPS Act was one of them. Of course, one of the concerns we're seeing is that bill continues to be negotiated in the Senate. It's not being negotiated more narrowly, it's being loaded up to the point where we're hearing numbers of well over $100 billion in unpaid for new spending as part of that bill. And as we talk about inflation, any economist will tell you inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. And if we already acknowledge there are too few goods, to put another 100+ billion, maybe 150 billion, it keeps growing every day, of borrowed money. None of that, they're not prioritizing existing money. Everything we're hearing is all of it would be completely borrowed money. Next week, we're hearing the Fed's going to raise interest rates maybe up to another point. And that's without $100+ billion of additional debt being added on. And so if the Fed is telling us that the spending is leading to higher interest rates, which makes it harder for low-income families to buy their first home, for people to maybe expand a business where they can hire more people to go and meet the needs of the supply chain, they won't be able to do that if interest rates keep going up. And yet, as interest rates are about to go up again next week, the Senate's trying to figure out how to keep adding and adding and adding on top of what's already probably well over $100 billion in borrowed money that they're going to send over here. So I hope we would keep that in mind as we're also trying to address these other problems like gas prices. And I would ask the gentleman, I know we've talked about this many times, shared it with the majority whip last week, would ask the majority leader again. We've identified a number of bills that have strong support that would address the many problems we're hearing that are leading to an inability to produce energy in America. You know, we saw the president go hat in hand to Saudi Arabia last week, as I and many others predicted. We all knew that they were going to tell the president no. But I also suggested that if the president just saved the 11,000 plus miles on Air Force One and stayed here and called places like Port Fourchon, Louisiana, they would say yes to producing more energy, not in Saudi Arabia where their carbon emissions are much higher, but here in the United States where nobody in the world does it better, does it cleaner, more efficiently, and that would create more jobs in our country. That would give more energy security to our country. It would allow us to lower gas prices, not just for us, but for our allies around the world. And yet, instead of working with us on these bills, the president chooses to go to foreign countries who have no interest in lowering gas prices. And so we still end up in this situation. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to get any or all of these bills brought up where we could actually come to an agreement on some things that would move the needle and help families in America lower gas prices. Today, we're still over double what the price of gasoline was before President Biden took office. And so wherever the price moves up or down, when families are paying over $150 to fill up their car, it is taking a huge hit out of low and middle income families' budgets. And that is one of the driving factors behind a sluggish economy. I don't know if the gentleman wants to make an announcement of some of these bills coming to the floor. I would welcome that, but I would yield.
And it would surprise him. Mr. Speaker, we've had this discussion for over a month now about these bills, but also every time we have it, there is the plea that we produce, and if we'd only produce. And I bring this statistic up, it's the only one, as the gentleman knows, as a result of our going back and forth, I prepared a paper here as to what, in fact, I haven't prepared it, my staff has prepared it, and they've done an excellent job, as to what actually is the fact. And one fact, U.S. rig count, that's what drills for oil, is at current levels of 733. That is up 272 from 1 year ago. That's a 59% increase from a year ago. So that there is no doubt that we are producing more. Now, as a practical matter, those of us who believe in the private sector and the capital system understand that the reason production goes up because demand goes up. And therefore, companies want to sell more. But there are also companies who have not chosen to produce more for reasons of their own business judgments as to whether they think producing more will cause them to have better profits or lower profits, or even. So this administration has presided over greater production in their first year than was true in the first 3 years individually. I mean, each year, 17, 18, and 19. Than each one of those 3 years under the Trump administration. So we're producing oil, and we're producing product, and we're going to continue to do that. And I can statistic after statistic how many applications have been approved, how many are approved and ready to go are not being used. But rather than just rehash that, I will simply say, back to the issue of the gas prices. Gas prices are lower today in real terms than they were at the end of the Bush administration in 2008. I pause for emphasis. In real dollars, the cost of gasoline at the pump at the end of 2008 was higher than it is today, and it is way too high today. I remember I was out in Virginia, a rural area, and I saw gas for $4.36. Now, at home it had been almost $4.95, and that was an extraordinary decrease. And I said, boy, look at that. And then I caught myself, because it is still a burden on our consumers, middle-class working families, when, as the whip says, they confront a price of 2 or 3 times what they were used to filling up their car. So we need to continue to work on that, and I disagree with the whip in the sense, Mr. Speaker, that I think the president's visit overseas, there was some controversy to it. I get that. I think it was very positive vis-a-vis our close ally, Israel. And Israel said it was a very productive visit, and I'm glad the president did that. I also think that it gave additional stability, indicating that this president, although we're focused like a laser on Ukraine and we're focused like a laser on the Far East, we are still focused on the Middle East and trying to make that region of the world a stable region of the world. So I will yield back to my friend.
Thank the gentleman, and clearly this debate will continue. It'd be great if we were debating these bills next week. So I stand to be surprised, and happily surprised, if the announcement comes out over the weekend that some or all of these bills will be brought to the floor. I would give the gentleman a prediction that if the House were to take up and pass these bills, that we would see a dramatic reduction in the price of gasoline. So I'll leave that out there for the gentleman to consider as one more reason why these would be good debates to have, where we could talk together in support of good policy. And we're both blessed with good staff that help us identify really good pieces of legislation that we could bring to address these big problems that families are facing. And unless the gentleman has anything else, with that, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gohmert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honor, it's a privilege to have a chance to address the House, the speakers. There's so much that is so critically important going on these days, especially this week, and want a chance to address those. I have a friend from Texas who hopes to address the House, and I had advised him I would yield him such time as he may use. So, my friend, you know, people say that a lot, my friend, but Randy Weber is a dear friend, and I think he'll be out any moment. In the meantime, bills that I think we had 11 to 12 hour hearing on yesterday in Judiciary. There's my friend, and I will get into that momentarily. But at this time, I would yield my dear friend from Texas, Southeast Texas, whatever time he may use.
Well, Judge, I thank you for yielding, and my friend from Northeast Texas, and we are going to miss you. You've had quite a distinguished career, both before you got into Congress and then when you got demoted to Congress. And we appreciate you, and I just can't tell you how much we really appreciate you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of country music legend Mickey Gilley. Mickey Gilley passed away Saturday, May 7th in Branson at the age of 86. Born on March 9th, 1936, Gilley was a native of Natchez, Mississippi, where he grew up around his two famous cousins, Jerry Lee Lewis and Jimmy Swaggart. In his career, Gilley earned 39 top hits and 17 #1 songs. With 6 Academy of Country Music Awards, a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and a member of the 2011 Texas Country Music Hall of Fame, Gilley was also one of only a few artists who have also received the Academy of Country Music's Triple Crown Award. But it was the opening of the Country Dance Club bearing his name that changed the world of country music forever. It was 1971 when Mickey officially opened the doors of his famous honky tonk. Gilley's reputation grew so much that Hollywood even took notice with the hit movie Urban Cowboy, where he even made an appearance alongside of none other than John Travolta, Deborah Winger, and Johnny Lee. Inspired by the real-life romance of a pair of the club's patrons, Urban Cowboy put Gilley's on the map, revived music careers, launched others, introduced two-stepping to a whole new audience, and created a lifestyle that's been adopted by millions. Following his role in Urban Cowboy, Gilley found himself performing in the main showrooms in places like Las Vegas, pardon me, Reno, Tahoe, and Atlantic City, and even traveling to Europe to perform. Gilley even performed for Presidents Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. Over the decades, Gilley appeared in a number of popular television series, including The Fall Guy, Fantasy Island, Dukes of Hazzard, Murder, She Wrote, and Chips. Not only will Mickey Gilley's music live on in the hearts of so many that loved his music, but his cultural influence cannot be understated. Urban Cowboy became an American phenomenon, and it was influenced by the real-life stories of Gilley's patrons, Dew Westbrook and Betty Helmer. Urban Cowboy told the story of a West Texas farmhand who was new to the area and working his first job at a refinery. This film introduced country dance to America and created that lifestyle that was been adopted by millions. Even more surprisingly, it directly resulted in the most unlikely outcome of all. Country Western music became mainstream. Once considered outdated hillbilly attire, cowboy hats and belt buckles became high fashion. On Saturday, January 29th, Mickey came to the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce's celebration, the 50th anniversary of Gilley's and the 42nd anniversary of Urban Cowboys. It was a great celebration with thousands, and Mickey actually sang for us to the delight of the crowd. We even presented him with a copy of a tribute that I had done to him right here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives and a plaque commemorating that event. Mickey Gilley will be missed, but his legacy will live on, not only in the hearts and minds of those who loved his music, but also in America's love of country, Western music, Wrangler jeans, cowboy boots, and yes, pickup trucks. He has even been featured in the very popular Texas Hot Country magazine. I know the publisher well, Leon Beck, great guy. Gilley was preceded in death by his wife, Vivian, who passed in 2019. He is survived by his wife now, Cindy Loeb Gilley, his children, Kathy, Michael, Gregory, and Keith Ray. He's got 4 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, and his cousins, Jerry Lee Lures, and I believe Jimmy Swaggart, although someone told me here recently he might have passed already. My deepest sympathies go out to his family. Thank you, Mickey Gilley, for introducing our way of life to the world. You will forever be a legend. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back, and thank you, Judge.
I appreciate my friend bringing that to our attention. Great tribute to a great man from a great man. And I did attend and help things out at Gilley's on number of occasions there in Pasadena, Texas, that is, right not far from downtown Houston. And I don't know, I guess I had the look that I could ride a bull because they turned it up as high as it could go, wheeling, and it was something. But I got better at it, but that was tough when they put that thing on full speed, yanking back and forth. I just knew I wasn't going to ride a bull in a rodeo. But rather prophetic, too. Mickey Gilley, one of his biggest hit songs, Don't the Girls All Get Prettier at Closing Time? Quite an astute observation. But we were young then. It was interesting hearing the colloquy, the exchange between Representative Scalise and Leader Hoyer. Discussion about inflation. Now, I remember quite vividly the years under President Gerald Ford, and he adopted WIN, had WIN buttons, W-I-N, stood for Whip Inflation Now. And the failure of the policies at that point to whip inflation helped bring in, along with Watergate, helped elect President Jimmy Carter, and things just got worse and worse. We lost our national or international standing. Countries did not respect us. Beginning in 1978, I was stationed at Fort Benning, Georgia. Said before, we weren't in combat during my 4 years on active duty, but I still have deep regrets that President Carter did not respond more appropriately when an act of war occurred in Iran, in Tehran, when our embassy was attacked and over 50 employees taken prisoner. We were put on alert. That went up at Fort Benning, and people weren't sure who all was going to be going if, group there was sent. But I still believe, having lived through those days, watching every development, that if President Carter had made clear to the Iranians, you will either release, and initially they started out, I think it was around 3 days, the spokesman for the Ayatollah kept saying the students attacked the embassy, the students took the hostages. I mean, I was young, but I wasn't stupid, and it appeared pretty clear to me that the spokesman for the Ayatollah was giving himself a back door. The students did this. That way, if President Carter reacted as he should have and said, you'll either release those hostages, get them released from the students, play along with the ridiculous thing they were saying, if you don't get those released within 48 hours, say 72 hours, something like that, then we're sending as many people as it takes to get our people back and to stop the act of war you started. But if it's the students, you can just take care of that quite easily. But again, you don't release them, see that they're released, we're coming, and if you harm one hair on their heads, then we are going to take everyone associated with the Ayatollah Khomeini, including the Ayatollah Khomeini, out. They will not exist after we come. And I really felt like if President Carter had taken that strong position, they would have been released. He couldn't bluff. He has to be serious about it. But if he had said it, wasn't bluffing, then I really felt like they would have been released. And nobody was dying to go to Iran at Fort Benning, but everybody I knew was willing to go and give up their lives if necessary. That was part of being in the service. But that never happened, and it took getting a new president, Ronald Reagan, in office before people around the world began to take the United States seriously. But some in this body have talked before about, oh, no, we don't want to give the radical Islamists something to recruit with. Well, one of the best things they ever had to recruit with was President Carter and his unwillingness to take a stand and make a difference. And as a result, it's my belief that having studied history my whole life, majored in it in college, never stopped studying it, that we lost thousands of American lives because we didn't have a president in President Carter that engendered respect. And respect carries a little element of fear. We didn't have that. And as a result, for decades, Americans have suffered. At this time, I want to recognize my friend, Ms. Miller, for whatever time she cares to use. You want to,
Thank you, Fran. In just 1 week, House Democrats have managed to bypass the wishes of the American people and pass radical legislation that permits abortion through the 9th month, assures payouts to Planned Parenthood, attacks the traditional family, and eliminates medical supervision for chemical abortion pills. The American people, who overwhelmingly oppose abortion through the 3rd trimester, are appalled by the radical left-wing agenda put forth by the Speaker. House Democrats are pushing extreme left-wing agenda. They are trying to distract from the surging gas prices, record inflation, and the crises at the border which they created. It took less than 2 years for woke leftists to destroy the American economy, which was booming under President Trump's leadership. These same leftists have also openly advocated for open borders, transgender surgeries on teens, and removing the Second Amendment rights of our citizens. All of these initiatives are deeply unpopular with the American people, and I will always vote no on the radical agenda of the left. Thank you.
And when Mary Miller tells you something, you can count on her being truthful about it. So yesterday, we had many hours of hearing in judiciary on a couple of bills. One of them, the Democrat majority and leaders in the judiciary in the Democratic Party were saying repeatedly that no one has gotten the immunity from liability like the gun manufacturers. And that was said many ways, many different times, vilifying gun manufacturers. Now, what it boils down to is, in the Second Amendment, it makes very clear that, in the operative part, that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, it's been infringed many times. The Supreme Court has had to strike things down many times. So the effort to eliminate the Second Amendment through the courts has not occurred. But we're dealing with some smart people. You can be smart and not have common sense. We're dealing with some smart people here who have figured out, okay, we've tried every which way to get rid of the Second Amendment. If we're ever going to get to the progressive, socialist, communist dream, whichever one of those you want to use, it's all pretty well the same thing these days, you're going to have to get rid of the Second Amendment. The left knows that. And they've made some strides. They've made some dents into the Second Amendment. But this is going to make use, if they get it passed into law, not of warfare, but of what's come to be known as lawfare. It's where you overwhelm someone or some entity with so many lawsuits that they cannot continue. And if it's an entity, you put them out of business simply not because they're liable, but it's because they can't handle that many lawsuits. It just undoes them and puts them out of business. And if you look historically, where that would take us is to the medieval type thinking, where you had this small group of elites. They rode everywhere they went, and us peasants would walk everywhere we went. Maybe there was a big wagon that would carry the peasants at times, but the ruling elite, which is what you get with socialism, progressivism, this tiny veneer ruling elite that billionaires in America think mistakenly that they'll be part of if they help get to that socialist utopia, being ignorant of the fact that every time a nation moves to socialist utopia, once they're there, they thank the gazillionaires for all the money they helped make the socialist dream come true, and then they either kill them or send them to a gulag and take all of their money. So these billionaires that are pouring in money, the socialist leaders saying, thank you very much, oh, we appreciate you so much, But if they get to that socialist utopia, those billionaires that made it possible will either be dead or wish they were, because they're in some prison, some gulag somewhere doing work requirements. So that's historically what we're talking about. But I keep coming back to that vision of what is being pursued and what will the outcome be. Once you either eliminate the Second Amendment or you eliminate every entity that makes guns, then the ruling elite can get closer to their dream of being the ones riding in private jets, in Suburbans, up-armored, being the only ones in America who have guns for their security forces, while all the peasants, the masses, the unwashed, all of us would have nothing. And we would have to kowtow and bow. Now, I got a little taste of that the summer I was in the Soviet Union as an exchange student back in the 70s. And I thought it was crazy. We were told, there were 8 Americans allowed in on this program. We were told in orientation, look, you've got to understand, in a communist society like the Soviet Union, only the elite have cars. Everybody else takes mass transportation or walks. So in the United States, pedestrians generally have the right of way, but don't think for a second, we were told, anywhere in the Soviet Union that you have the right of way as a pedestrian, because only the ruling elite have the cars, and it's a game to them. They will try to hit you because they know, as the ruling elite, if it ever came to court or there was some question about you as a pedestrian being hit, the ultimate result would be a ruling that you should have seen the car coming and gotten out of the way, because these are the ruling elites and you are the peasants. Great socialist utopia. That's where we're headed if these kind of bills get passed. If you can't get rid of the Second Amendment, their strategy that we lived through hours of yesterday, bankrupt the gun manufacturers, and then we'll be on our way. And that way, only the ruling elite will have security forces with guns, and everybody else will either walk or take the mass transportation. The ruling elite gets the private jets. And see, it's okay to just have massive amount of carbon emissions in private helicopters, private jets, big Suburbans like Al Gore used. I'd read where he was seen having an entourage of big jets. This was long after he was out of leadership as vice president. But that they would all be sitting there cooling for the vice president or former vice president. So that's the kind of thing that will continue. The ruling elite, they get to pollute like crazy. Their yachts, their private jets, those will continue. In fact, there'll be a lot more of them. And that's, you see people like the Biden family or Hunter Biden that's gotten close to oligarchs in Russia, in Ukraine, and made money off the Chinese Communist Party because they're in charge in China, let's face it. But isn't it interesting that if you look at the policies and the things that this administration has done, who's benefited? Yeah, they talk a lot of trash about Russia, but at the same time, by President Biden basically going to war with energy companies in the U.S., he has so driven up the price of oil and natural gas that Russia's been able to fund their invasion of and war with Ukraine. And then we got $13 billion passed in this House, then another $40 billion. I voted for the 13. I didn't vote for the 40 because it didn't appear to me there was enough restraint on what President Biden could do with the money. And, you know, it made big headlines in the last few weeks when Biden administration announced, gee, we're going to provide $820 million to Ukraine. Well, you have $53 billion to work with, and you're trickling out $820 million while Russia is making big advances in Ukraine. For heaven's sake, that was one of the reasons I didn't vote for the $40 billion, because I figured that the Biden administration would find other things to do with it. Apparently, they want to have a lot more sex change surgeries in the military. They cost a lot of money. They don't cost $40 billion if you had sex change for everybody in the military. And by the way, that does put our military members in a category where they're not able to be utilized for military services. Last I saw, they stayed in that category where you couldn't deploy them until such time as a psychiatrist could certify that they were comfortable in their new gender. Amazing. No wonder we're losing respect around the world when we're not spending defense money on defense. We're spending it on social experimentation. So we see these bills coming. We see what's happening. All you have to do is look from a historical perspective. The discussion about, the gasoline is actually cheaper now than it was at the end of the Bush administration. My gosh, we just went through TARP being passed, $700 billion. Well, yeah, that's going to cause some inflation. And then along came the Obama administration, Obama, Biden, and they got another $900 billion on top of having a majority of the $700 billion still to spend. They were throwing money at things right and left that would help them get reelected. And so I wouldn't be bragging about a whole lot. In fact, I'd seen an article indicating that during the 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration, the average black household in America during Obama-Biden 8 years, the average black household lost 30% of their net worth, which really helped bring a great deal of light and emphasis on candidate Donald Trump's question to a large black audience: what do you got to lose by voting for me? What do you got to lose? You just lost 30% of your net worth under the Democrats. And lo and behold, the average gained net worth under the 4 years of President Trump. So people, I think, are starting to look at those kind of numbers again, and I think it's important to do so. So back to our hearing yesterday, they kept saying that gun manufacturers were given immunity like nobody else in America. And it was my honor to get to illuminate that issue for those that hadn't thought through what they were saying and didn't realize that it was not true. So, first of all, I mean, a very timely topic that many of us think has long outlived its usefulness is the massive immunity that's been given to the pharmaceutical industry for the vaccinations that they've made tens of billions of dollars just in a year. Man, they've made so much money off those, so much so that they looked around. Most people have gotten the vaccination. They hate to see somebody have natural immunity from having had COVID because they're not as vulnerable to getting COVID again as apparently people are that have had the vaccinations and all the boosters. So what do? Oh, let's go after the young people under 5 years of age. These are people that statistically, you would say, they don't even have a statistical chance of getting COVID and passing away. They were the least vulnerable among us when it comes to COVID. And that's who they want to give a jab to and boosters, even though we're seeing more and more indications that immunity ends up being compromised in many people who get the boosters, that it doesn't seem to help with immunity to new strains of COVID. And Democrats were more than thrilled, it seems, to give them all kinds of immunity. When I saw the huge unfolded warnings that come with the vaccination, I said to the pharmacist, where are all the warnings? They know about a lot of things that go wrong with these. We know about it from the VAERS reports of so many things that have gone wrong, starting with blood clots and going from there. He said, no, it says up there, it's because it's emergency use authorization. Not only do they have complete immunity to any lawsuit for damages, for deaths they cause, they don't even have to warn you of all the damages that they know can result from the vaccinations or the boosters. Don't even have to warn you. So my friends in Judiciary yesterday, because they kept saying, you know, nobody else gets this kind of immunity, they just weren't aware. Because, you know, I know the rules. We're here in the House of Representatives. You can't attribute intentionally lying to anybody. And that's why I'm sure that they just forgot or weren't aware of all the immunities that they've provided to other entities. But that's the pharmaceuticals. They don't even have to warn you, give you a heads up of what's coming, potentially with a vaccination or a booster. And then you got social media. And that Section 230 has allowed some of the richest companies in the world and individuals in the world to completely escape liability. They should be made to answer in court for fraud, for so many of the things that they have done, for censorship, for...
Hello. Welcome back to me, because I was at home. Man, it looks red right now, the picture. I don't know why. Why does the picture look so red? Do I look red to you guys? Or am I just seeing shit? Or is it because this is full screen? Is that why? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I feel red. I feel red. All right, that's not even a song. I just made that up. I feel red, like that, you know. Very, very good. I don't know why it's red. I see it too. It's really annoying. Here's the front of the store. Let me see if I unplug this and plug it back in. Nope, it didn't work. I don't know. Red like a lobster. Maybe I am red. It's hot as It's hot outside right now. It's got a nice deep pink hue, said Stagbark. Anyway, in less than an hour, whatever her name is, the new White House press secretary, Jarine blah, 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 St. Pierre, she is going to address the nation and provide an update on Joe Biden's COVID. Because how many of you guys know that Joe Biden has COVID? Yes, he does. He's twice vaccinated, twice boosted. Remember, it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Anyway, so obviously we will bring that live to you. And also, everyone that is, just curious, we're giving away another TV today. I know, you're like, Steve, you give away too many TV. Yes, we're giving away another 55-inch flat screen smart TV. We're going to do it after the conclusion of the January 6th hearing, which my coverage begins at 7:30 tonight Eastern. We'll be live on social media at 7:30. We'll kick over on Citizen Stringer at 8 p.m. tonight when the hearing actually begins. But anyone who buys a Mega Rational American box from puretruthcoffee.com, you could find the link in your chat when I put it in there, like right now. The box is full of awesome stuff. They have never released custom t-shirts, limited edition camo hoodies, drinkware, which are coffee mugs or tumblers, whatever I decide to make, stickers, patches, and 2 pounds of the best darn coffee you've ever had. In addition, one box will have a custom wood-burned patriotic design crafted by Mrs. Yeater, a.k.a. my wife. And then in addition to that, one box will include the golden ticket, entitling the recipient to another free 55-inch flat screen TV. All boxes will ship on August 5th. Get your orders in now. We will be giving away a TV, probably I would say 9:30 or 10, whenever that hearing ends tonight. We will do it live on the air, so you're going to want to make sure you're tuning in. We just gave away a 55er a couple of days ago. We gave away a coffee box a couple of days ago as well. I just mailed that coffee box out today. And yeah. Someone said he was on a roll when you cut the feed. Yeah, well, that's usually what happens because I wasn't listening. I just got here and I was fiending for my connection to you guys. Like I missed you. I was like, oh, I need to talk to them. Anyway, let's switch back over to the hearing now that he's mellowed out.
That's not upholding their oath. And over 100,000 people have died just from the illegal drugs that have been allowed in by this administration. So if not for the immunity, President Biden could be vulnerable to lawsuit. And even with all the money that Hunter's helped bring in, it wouldn't be enough to pay all the judgments if it weren't for the immunity. Maybe somebody might, if they were not immune, somebody might try to allege that it was negligence and purely stupid to put someone in charge as border czar who would never go to the border to even investigate and see at the border what was going on. That would make her vulnerable to liability as well, except for the immunity. So those are rather important ideas to remember. Republicans didn't give gun manufacturers some kind of exclusive immunity. They are liable if they're negligent, if they even have strict liability. If there's a defect in manufacturing or design, they're liable. If in one case they paid out millions of dollars because they had advertised and targeted a specific audience they shouldn't have. So they clearly have liability. And so that was just a lot of information that was not accurate that was being tossed out yesterday as a reason to get rid of all guns, except, of course, mark my words, if they were ever successful in doing that, that little veneer of ruling elite, their security would have the guns, and we, the peasants, would have no guns, no way to defend ourselves. Of course, we're seeing the abuses of law enforcement. We've had hearings on that before. Massive abuse by law enforcement. And with the bill yesterday, they were providing an exemption from getting rid of guns to bureaucrats in the Department of Agriculture and in the Department of Education. Bureaucrats. These weren't even police force. They were going to be exempt from the new laws Democrats in judiciary wanted to get passed. We said, wait, it's probably just an oversight because you give an exemption for law enforcement, but you've got no exemption for military or veterans. And the chairman of the committee, Democrat chairman, said, basically, well, you got to keep in mind, they get PTSD, they got all kinds of problems, so we don't want to give that kind of exemption to carry guns to people that have been trained with them that serve or have served in the military. Just a real slap in the face to people that put their lives on the line defending our country. And you want to dismiss them? Well, they get PTSD. They got all kinds of problems. Well, it is a shame that those people who are the reason that we are allowed to be here and talk, they put their lives on the line for us and our freedoms, and then they just get dismissed. No, bureaucrats in the Department of Education who may not have ever been trained with weapons, they're more important to give exemptions than these military or the current military or veterans. That is a mentality that's hard to understand. We look at Indiana, at the shooting in the shopping mall. It's incredible that a person with the right to carry, within 15 seconds, the guy coming out into the mall with an automatic weapon, and this guy's, I understand, put at 40 yards, and with a handgun. I mean, I had to qualify every year with a handgun, had with the M16, but 40 yards, put 8 out of 10 rounds in the shooter. Incredible. But it sure did end the horror at the mall. And if other shooters find out that they could have 8 out of 10 rounds put in them, if they walk out and try to do that at malls, it would help stop a lot of people from being tempted to do something that criminally evil in other shopping malls. Just incredible. We have this issue come up. We've got page after page, over 50 pages of recent history where people with right to carry have stepped up and saved so many lives because they were a law-abiding person, selfless law-abiding person, willing to put their lives at risk to save others, case after case, more than 50 in these documents. Starts with information from Criminal Research, July 11, 2022, and it goes on and on. Like I say, I know there's more than 50 pages. Heroes stepping up, putting their lives at risk You know, in Uvalde, they had hundreds of law enforcement there, and I still don't understand that. They could hear the guy shooting children. You had a police chief, while he's shooting children, just asking him sweetly to put the gun down. The door wasn't locked. They could have gone in and taken him out at any moment. Yet,
Mom was always very...
I know hundreds of law enforcement. As a former judge, the former assistant district attorney, I don't know any that would have stood by while children were being killed. Turns out there were people in Uvalde that were stopped. Some law enforcement. They couldn't go in and do anything. Well, if a concealed carry or somebody with constitutional carry had been allowed to risk their lives and go in, they would have, but people were being stopped, kept from going in. But I recall an incident at our courthouse in Tyler, seeing the film. When shots started being fired, the law enforcement starts running to the sound of the guns. Had one incident at the courthouse. As often the case, it was a domestic situation, and a shooter started shooting, and we had a concealed carry permit holder that took his gun. He would have, the shooter, the active shooter would have killed a lot more people, but the concealed carry permit holder started shooting at him. He got shot and died from his wounds. But there's no telling. The guy had to take off. No telling how many lives were saved by that sacrificial person being willing to put himself out there in harm's way, become a target himself, and stop the shooter. Law-abiding people have made a difference that way. We had a lady that took her gun out years ago and went into a cafeteria to eat in Central Texas, and a gunman ended up shooting her parents, among others. And if she had been allowed to have her gun, she would have stopped him. And then she led the charge in the state legislature to get concealed carry permits. And that was the basis of the start there. But you got to have people who have been taught there are some absolute rights and some absolute wrongs. Like, C.S. Lewis became a Christian from being, he would say, agnostic, seemed like sometimes atheist, but he liked to cajole Christians. Yes, why isn't it easier just to admit there can't be a just God with so much injustice? And it finally dawned on him, the brilliant Oxford professor that he was, how could he say that there was injustice if there were not some absolute universal standard somewhere of right and wrong? And if that existed, there must be something like a God that put that in place. And the more he wrestled with that, the more he came to understand, that we all have innate in us this feeling of fairness, of justice. As he pointed out, it would be like someone born blind at birth trying to describe, sight. How would you know that there's light or no light if there weren't something universal in it? Same with injustice. And And that realization, there can't be injustice that we would know. We couldn't know it if there wasn't an absolute universal justice and injustice. And then that eventually led him further inquiries, further research, and he became a Christian. Well, there is justice, there is injustice, there are gray areas we argue about. But as John Adams said, and I say it often because it was such a brilliant quote from one of the founders who was there for the constitutional debate, but he said this Constitution was intended for a religious and moral people. It is wholly inadequate for the government of any others. And if we're not going to teach children that thou shalt not murder, then we can't have a Second Amendment right. If we're not going to teach children these things, these commandments, these are universal. You're not to lie. You're not to envy other people. There are things that are just not healthy for you and not healthy for society, for the culture, and they're universal. They're not healthy. They're not good. You know, honor your father and mother. Of course, fathers and mothers are supposed to, be fair with their children. But if we're not going to teach that, if we're just going to teach, well, everything's relative, it depends on your circumstances, may be right for you and wrong for somebody else, right for them, wrong for you. It's all relative. Now, if we're not going to teach that some things are absolute, we cannot have the rights that are provided, that our founders said were provided by our Creator. We'll have to get rid of them. We'll have to go to being what some already want, and that's a totalitarian government. It's where it always goes. We're already breaking records every day that we continue to live under our Constitution. But we're no longer a religious or moral people. People thought historically when we got rid of slavery, we were so on the right track. And when Dr. King did so much to allow somebody, a little boy like me, to be able to treat black brothers and sisters as brothers and sisters, he did so much. And then somehow now we're regressing where we want to have segregated dorms, segregated this and that. I can't believe that people are wanting to regress. But if you're not going to teach some of these absolute moral truths, we're going to have to give up our rights that our founders, so many of them, and so many over the last 240 years have died to make sure we had. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to give them up. But Congress has got to start using better judgment. Otherwise, it's very clear historically, we're moving. We've got people that are wanting us to move to that point where the rich ride private. In the old days, they rode horses, they rode carriages. Modern day, they'll have their private jets. They'll jet back and forth around the world, telling everybody how they can't even have a wood-burning stove anymore, that you can't fertilize your fields, so people are starving to death. Well, those are the peasants, because the elite little ruling class, they got all the food they need, they got the guns they need, and the peasants out there, now, for the good of the climate, for the good of the planet, you are going to live in your refuse, and you're not going to have the benefits that our wonderful ruling elites have. It's where it's going. That's what progressivism is. That's where it always goes. A totalitarian government, the little elite group, they get to ride. They have all the food. Look at Sri Lanka. They got over 90% grade at ESG, and now people are starving. Government's been overthrown. This is where it's going. I don't want to go there. We don't have to go there. Let's keep our rights under the Constitution. And with that, I yield back.
And this is going to be it for legislative duty, I'm guessing. I am guessing. See, that guy didn't even know what to do because they have no understanding of their jobs. Because they be stupid, yo. They just stupid. Why did they gotta be so stupid? Senate floor is also in session, so while we're waiting on Jean-Pierre, I may switch over to the Senate floor if they do retire for the day. I'm sweating my ass off. Our AC in our office is having a hard time keeping up with the heat in here. My thermostat saying it's 75 degrees up in here, but it's set at 70. And I feel it. I'm like getting sticky because it's hot as shit outside right now. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hell yeah. How many are listening to him talk? Nobody. Nanner said, hey, Steve, for the last 2 or 3 days, I don't get any notifications for the other page, and it doesn't show up on my list. Still subbed with the notifications. Yeah, I would unsub and then resub is what I would suggest you do. And make sure your notifications are on. That's a common theme. We know that. They like to silence us. Silence. You know? But what's that song? We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going, however it goes. Yeah, I think it's a rap song. Do, 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 do.
The chair lays before the House of Communication.
2022, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in open session to consider 19 resolutions included in the General Services Administration's capital investment and leasing programs. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted. Signed sincerely, Peter A. DeFazio, Chair.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, still I rise. And I rise today to address the unfortunate circumstances that took 19 lives of children and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, at Robb Elementary School. I rise to address this because the families are still suffering. Children did not.
Oh, sorry, I turned down his voice. Anyway, I'm going to go to the back because I have to look at all the shirts I have and see what I need to order. So I'm going to be in the back for about 20 minutes, okay? About 20 minutes. And how do you say that in Spanish? Monitos? Yeah. And then we'll bring you the White House press conference where they're going to talk about Joe Biden having COVID, even though he's double vaxxed and double boosted. And I thought this was a pandemic of the unvaccinated, but apparently that is false.
I rise because there have been many conflicting stories about what happened. almost daily there was a different story.
He's sleeping while
a different
standing.
narrative.
Look at him. He's asleep.
And at some point, the families deserve the truth about what happened in Uvalde.
Right,
What
I'll be
happened
back.
at Robb Elementary School. They deserve the truth. And they deserve the truth because the pain and suffering may not immediately leave them, but it will give them some hope that one day they'll be able to wake up one morning and be relieved of some of the pain and suffering that they're enduring currently. And to get to this truth, which some persons have tried to crush to earth, of course, we know that William Cullen Bryant is right. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again. They tried to crush the truth to earth, and they used, someone did, the governor of the state of Texas, because wittingly or unwittingly, the governor of the state of Texas laid a foundation for a cover-up. Some things bear repeating. Wittingly or unwittingly, the governor of the state of Texas laid the foundation for a cover-up. For you see, the governor took to the stage shortly after the shooting, perhaps a day later. He took to the stage and he had with him persons with great credibility. He had with him the lieutenant governor of the state of Texas, 2 U.S. senators from the state of Texas. He had with him a state representative and a state senator. With them, the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, all on the stage with the governor. With them, the chief patrol agent for the Del Rio sector of the U.S. Border Patrol. He had with him the Uvalde mayor, the Uvalde County judge, the chief of Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, the superintendent for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, and the commissioner for the Texas Education Agency, all on the stage with the governor. While on the stage with the governor and in their presence, the governor made the following statement. I had my staff give me the statement. I want to read the statement that the governor made, because the governor, whether wittingly or unwittingly, laid the foundation for a cover-up. Here's what the governor said. The reality is, as horrible as what happened is, it could have been worse. The reason it was not worse is because law enforcement officials did what they had to do. They did what they had to do. This is the governor speaking. And he goes on to say, they showed amazing courage by running toward gunfire for the singular purpose of trying to save lives. And, these are the governor's words, it is a fact it is a fact that because of their quick response, getting on the scene, being able to respond to the gunman, and limited the gunman, they were able to save lives. Well, Governor, you and I know that it is not a fact that this occurred as you articulated. And we know, not because some righteous person came forward to share the truth, not because there was an investigation and as a result of the investigation, Truth Crushed to Earth is now alive again. No, it's because a news source released a video. It was a George Floyd moment But for the video, there probably would not have been a successful prosecution in the George Floyd case. It was an Edmund Pettus Bridge moment. But for at that time, the tape, I suppose, the actual showing of what happened at the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday, I wouldn't be in Congress. The video spoke truth to power. When power was attempting to cover up the truth, video spoke truth. The video is available for the world to see. And upon seeing this video, the governor indicated that he was misled, deceived, if you will. That's what the governor says. Well, before we go on, I think it's important for us to expose the definition of cover-up, because there are many persons who have their own definitions, but I like the one that Oxford gives. This is the Oxford definition. The Oxford definition of cover-up. Cover-up per Oxford. An attempt to prevent people's discovering the truth about a serious mistake or a crime. You can have a cover-up and not have a crime. You can have a cover-up and there's only an attempt to prevent the discovering. So our discovering by way of the video does not eviscerate the fact that a cover-up was taking place. They were trying to hide the truth. They were engaging in insidious prevarications. But Carlyle is right. No lie can live forever. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again, William Cullen Bryant. The video is the truth. And now, Governor, you have a duty, responsibility, and an obligation to the people of the state of Texas and to those babies who lost their lives. You've got a responsibility to come forward and tell us who told you that all of these heroic actions took place. The people need to know, but those parents need to know because of their suffering. Who was it that was trying to cover up the truth? You know who the person is, Governor. You have the responsibility to bring it to the attention of the public. And if that person received that intelligence or lack of intelligence, flawed information, fallacious commentary, if that person received it from another person, then we need to know who that person is. And we need to know until we get to the person who initiated this fabrication, this prevarication. We need to know who initiated, who was the genesis of the cover-up. That's the governor's responsibility. You need to do this, Governor, and you need to do it immediately, if not sooner. You need to do it because you are the chief executive officer of the state of Texas. You're the person who can assemble all of these high-profile persons. You're the person who gave credibility to the insidious prevarications. You're the person, Governor. All of these high-profile people were there because you were there. That was your call. All of your credibility is on the line now. You need to expose the person who brought this fabrication to you such that you would then present it to the world. And I say to the public at large and anybody who's listening, my dear friends and colleagues, I say to you, it has to be somebody the governor trusts. It has to be somebody that he believes in. It has to be somebody that he was willing to accept that person's word and go on national TV and repeat echo what that person told him. Governor, you've got to do it. You've got to expose the person who brought this to you. And it has to be, in my opinion, somebody that you trust. Somebody that you believe would vet the information before sharing it with you. Somebody that has been with you. Somebody that you have confidence in. It's not somebody that just walked off the street. It's not somebody that you just happened to meet as you were coming to the press conference. No, Governor, it's somebody that you know and trust. And you've got to expose that person. That person doesn't deserve to be secreted. That's not something that we would accord a person who would present such a prevarication. You've got to reveal the name of that person. And if there's a person that told this person that you are secreting so far or you're not telling us about, then we need to know who that was. We've got to get back to the source, the genesis of this misinformation that you claim you received. And Governor, I'll give you this admonition. If you do not go back to the genesis, at some point, Governor, the eye of suspicion will be on you. At some point, Governor, this will no longer be a question of who told you. At some point, this will become a question of why did you? Why did you do this? Why did you do this to these families? Why would you further a prevarication that would cause them to embrace the people who behaved in a pusillanimous fashion, timid, cowardly? Why would you want them to embrace them as heroes? I support law enforcement. My uncle was a deputy sheriff. I'm in Congress because of my uncle. One day he told me I was going to be a lawyer, and I believed him. And I went on the rest of my life trying to become a lawyer because my uncle said it was such that I would do. Well, I support law enforcement, but I don't support what happened that I saw in that video. And you can be opposed and antithetical to what happened on the video and not be antithetical to law enforcement. That's just a fact. You don't have to be antithetical to every law enforcement officer because you see something that you find is distasteful on the video, that's disdainful. No, I support law enforcement, but I'll never support what I saw in that video, and those babies deserve justice, Governor. So it's up to you, Governor. It's up to you now to do that which righteousness requires. Righteousness. I am also saddened because the officers who appeared, they were in body armor, some of them, not all, but some of them. They had shields, not all, but some of them. They had long guns, not all, but some of them. It has been reported that more than 300 officers appeared. 300. Long guns, short guns, body armor, shields, helmets. And in Texas, there are those who want a teacher with a pistol to do what more than 300 persons armed with long guns, protected by body armor, some with shields, what they could not do or did not do within an hour. More than 70 minutes lapsed before the gunman was taken out. But we expect a teacher in the state of Texas to be prepared to take out a gunman with an AR-15 type weapon. This is a level of inanity that borders on insanity, something that is totally unacceptable among people of goodwill. Teachers ought to be allowed to teach.
The Midas people, this is technically their lot, right? Even on
We'll move.
Yeah,
We get it.
I just wanted to ask you guys.
That's not their property where they're standing, so until they tell us to leave, we'll just
They
move.
have just the restaurant's property side.
Okay, well, we haven't been told we couldn't be there. You know, and this is a counter protest. You can look at my constitutional rights. I can have my lawyers come if necessary. But and it's still private property, but I have the right to still do it until I'm told not to.
So I don't know what this is. There's something going on. This is Christina's comrades. She's a moron. From the Seattle area. There's currently a protest of some sort taking place out there. And there's dueling protests outside of Midas or something.
The clinic told me is more on their side than theirs. I'm pretty sure we've already talked to them. My wife's having an abortion, so they're supporting. Then why don't you guys go up there? Because we don't want to cause attention more further. We don't want to cause more attention further. But also, that's a clinic in the location, so we're gonna bring it over here instead of being in their property. You know what I'm saying? You can say we won't get it. Yeah, they can. So
Yeah, we don't want you to have to move 3 different times, right? Hopefully just move one time, so you don't have to back up. We'll go figure out if you can be over here. And then
Is it the same name? Yeah.
Currently being kicked off the property and the premises due to Midas. They have called the Red Police Department. Not you, Sergeant?
Cedar River Clinic. Cedar River Clinic.
Okay, so they're protesting outside of an abortion clinic? I'm kind of confused. I don't really know what's going on here. It's probably something incredibly stupid, but yet we still cover the incredibly stupid here. So as I said, there's something incredibly stupid going on somewhere. Let's listen to these incredibly stupid people.
I mean, he obviously doesn't care. He doesn't care. She literally said that they jump in front of their patients' cars and harass their patients, and that they call the police, and the police never do anything. She's...
Okay, so I know what's going on, okay? Ready? So there's an abortion clinic somewhere in East Bumfuck, wherever the fuck they are. And there's anti-abortion protesters, you know, like normal people that are saying, hey, you're killing a baby that's growing inside you. It's kind of messed up, you know, like everybody else. And then you have abortion protesters, including one man who's sitting out there while his girlfriend's getting an abortion inside by his own admission.
Well, they're still
Horrible
here,
people.
so
Horrible
obviously...
people.
And this restaurant allows them to be there.
Mhm.
So private property can do whatever.
So they can jump in front of patients' cars and harass them, even though it's private property. Yeah, I know it's not right, but they don't ever get told to stop or not come back.
Well, they do.
Well, they obviously keep coming back, so... we're doing a clinic defense and a pop-up at the clinic for support, and James from Midas called the police on us because he doesn't like the fact that we're in the parking lot, but he likes the antis with their graphic ass posters jumping in front of patients' cars to be here.
Okay, so what's going on here is a little bit of bullshit, a little bit of stupid fuck. Okay, let me explain. And I can't do Christina's comrade's fucking stupid ass voice, so I'll do the best that I can. So they're out there supporting the right to kill babies, and then there are counter protesters, or there's actual people that believe in, well, not killing babies, and they're mad because they're getting told to leave because, well, the people whose property they're on also, they don't support killing babies. And so yeah, you guys are caught up. Isn't this exciting?
Right there. So, if I don't make my shit, we throw it out the fucking parking lot. That's unregulated. It's actually heavy. Threat to cause physical damage to somebody.
You're welcome, Dora.
But you gotta do your job and actually arrest him.
So now what this guy that's wearing the red shirt, now what he's trying to do is he's trying to have the person in Midas arrested, the one who called the police, because Oh my God, look at this.
Fucking neck right here. Yeah, let's get that recorded.
So now they're filing a police report on apparently the guy from Midas. The guy from Midas came out to get off the property, and they're like, "We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped." And the guy from Midas is like, "Dude, I'm gonna f up your stuff. Like, get your stuff off my property." And so he is now, these anti-police protesters are now begging the police to arrest the guy. Like, you can't make this up. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. They really are. They're so stupid. Did you get banned, April? She'll get famous. We have more viewers than she does. She's got 19 viewers. How many do we have right now? Hundreds. But that's okay.
So disgusting.
It is disgusting to kill babies.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that kid and that girl are usually here.
Yeah, the one in the pink vest. Yeah, with her graphic
messed up
outside.
because like the vest, I think they're trying to like, it's usually known to like,
they
oh, we're here to
confuse
help.
people. Yeah. When I thought, people in vests are usually supporting. That's what I thought when I first drove up and she came up.
They're so stupid.
I thought she was on our. I thought she was trying to help.
On our side.
No, she didn't. She just has the vest, and so you think they work here? You do. I thought that too, and people stop. Yeah, every car stops because.
Unbelievable. All right, so they're mad. So just to recap for anyone who doesn't care, these protesters are outside of an abortion clinic, and then counter-protesters, complete with this bonehead. I forgot what her name is now because she's so irrelevant. But they decided to go out and hold their own pop-up Black Lives Matter / like we reserve the right to do what we want with our bodies, including the baby that's growing inside us and is completely innocent. So they then decided that they're going to have a protest. The people at Midas, because they're in the Midas parking lot, came out and said, "Hey, you guys got to go. All right? Like, I don't know where you're going to go, but you're not going to be here." You know, that's probably how a guy that works at Midas says it. You know, and then called the police. And so now these guys, like that, the very masculine man right there talking to the police officer. Oh, she moved her camera. So you'll see him in a second. He's very masculine while he stands outside of an abortion clinic while his wife is allegedly his girlfriend is allegedly inside at this moment, by his own admission, getting an abortion. Yeah, what an American. And he's now trying to file a police report against the people from Midas for verbal threats, apparently, because he says that they said if he didn't leave the property, they were going to flip over his table or take his table or something like that. So he's now trying to file a police report, this little scrawny piece of garbage. And I don't know him, for anything. I can only assume that if you're out there advocating for the right to kill the baby that's growing inside you, or in his case, inside his girlfriend who's getting it killed right now, then you are just not human. You're a scumbag. That's just my opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. But normally some are really big. No, it doesn't. I fucked that one up. But, some are prettier than the others. I don't know where I'm going with that.
I think so. He's trying to talk to them.
God, her fucking voice, though, isn't it?
I know.
Something fierce.
I know.
Let's see if Jen Psaki is or Jen Psaki. Uh-oh. What's going on?
It was good.
Oh, he was a counter-protester.
They literally have a 10-year-old at the corner. I couldn't, yeah.
I used to be evangelical, and so like.
No, you didn't.
Midas is kicking us off. Midas is making.
So they moved the time for the Jen Psaki White House press conference to 2:15 now, to 2:15.
No, we're here to support.
God, her fucking voice. This is Christina's Comrades on YouTube or on Facebook.
We got a worker out here saying.
Some spicy daytime action, huh? Some spicy daytime action.
Yeah, they call the cops on us.
Good.
But the people that work at the abortion clinic call the police on the aunties all the time, and they don't do anything or make them leave. And they have no permission to be on that private property, and they still don't make them leave.
So she just lied. The police said that the restaurant whose property they're standing on gave them permission to stand there. We all just heard that. Like, she just lies all the time. She's just a big liar. Why you always lying? Isn't that a song too? Not Saki, the other one. It's fucking hot in here, guys. I've got a fan now blowing behind the green screen. Hopefully it warms me up a bit. I may have to move it. But then I gotta find an extension cord. It's hot as hell.
She always brings the kids
here. Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah,
They have a 10-year-old on the corner. They have a straight up 10-year-old.
A little kid.
They had a little kid. Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
So they're really, really upset that the police have come to the location and said, you have to leave the property. You do not have permission to be here. The people who own this property called us and said, you do not have permission to be here. And they're like, well, like, I want to stand here and advocate for my right to kill.
The restaurant side, and they always say that they have permission from the restaurant, but we just found out that they actually don't have permission from the restaurant.
Yeah, no, they do.
They say that they do, and they still aren't asked to move, even though they're on private property.
They do, and here's the difference. And here's the difference. I'm gonna forecast what's gonna happen here, right? So if they just found out they didn't have permission, let's say the police found that out, and I was talking, what Antifa, Christina's comrades, is going to do is go into the restaurant and start a scene to get it so these protesters can't be there. I can almost guarantee it. I almost guarantee it. You know it. Haha, you lost your signal. That's called Obama phones right there. You got that Obama phone. You're in a city and you don't even have a signal with your Obama phone. Obama phone.
It's
back.
Sign. Yeah, that's what they show people that are going into the clinic. And they have a vest. She has a vest, so people, and every time they call the police on them, even though they're on private property, they don't have permission. You guys don't have permission to be here. They never make them, but they're making us leave, you know.
Yeah, because you suck. Listen to that fucking cough. Like, how much like pot do you think this lady smokes? Like, that's what she always, that's what she always sounds like every time she streams. God forbid she has to run, because then she's like, and I don't even know what she looks like because she never puts a camera on herself. But my goodness, lady, fucking gross.
Yeah, it's not open during the day, I guess.
And for anyone that's curious why I'm using this feed, it's called fair use. Copyright law. Go ahead. Try to DCMA claim me because I got better lawyers than you do. I'm definitely providing commentary. I'm making this shit a little bit, you know, so you can actually deal with it. You know, other than that, you're going to hear kill babies. Unbelievable.
They said no, I'm so sorry, but this means more so like as people in my life right now. Okay. Because y'all call the police on us, I'm not mad at you.
I'm just gonna step away because I don't want to like.
You didn't hear me.
I didn't hear.
Thank you. But we can. Well, the manager said not to, but we're gonna push that line. Like, why don't we just the cop just told us.
Yeah, the restaurant, they act like they have permission. They don't. She just said they don't have permission from the owner. The owner supports them. But the restaurant is closed during the day. Yeah, the restaurant's closed during the day. So the owner's not here to say or do anything. That's why they act like they have permission when they don't.
Bring people together.
Okay. They say they're bringing people together while they're outside of an abortion clinic that's performing abortions. You're not bringing anybody together. You're literally doing the opposite. Like, by definition, doing the opposite.
I thought we were going to go up there and she's probably going to tell her boss.
Yeah, Nanner, that is my favorite day too. When they ride up to the what was it? The Seattle Police Officers Guild, SPOG, and they're riding up, and then SPOG plays the cowboy music, and all the bike cops come out by the hundreds. That was the best thing ever. I wish I still had that video. That was the absolute best night ever. I was so happy to be covering protests that night.
I have no fat deposits. I don't know what's wrong. No fat deposits.
How old are you? When I was your age, I was.
Yeah, so I look 35. I know.
I look like
You do not.
You'll gain weight when you get older.
Yeah, for sure.
I teach swim lessons. I ask my kids like guess how old I am with the joke sometimes. And I'll guess that I'm like older than their parents, which is like weird.
The beard.
It's certainly the beard. And like their parents got beards too. It's like weird.
And will I get a follow-up phone call more than likely not like the other issues?
It will come from the front.
So just again for a recap for anyone that's tuning in for the first time, I'm gonna give a recap in a normal voice. Okay, I won't do the nasally Christina's Comrades voice. So what ended up happening was, all right, there's anti-abortion protesters standing outside doing God's work, right? They're standing outside and reminding people as they go in to get an abortion that is a living baby inside you, and you are killing it. Like, okay, and then pro-abortion counter-protesters, the same ones that march down the streets and cause all the destruction and damage, came out there to hold a counter-protest, I guess, because they're now advocating to be able to kill babies. So then now you got dueling protests. You got people doing God's work, right? And then you got people doing Satan's work, right? You know, killing, thou shalt not kill. Isn't that something? That's one of the 10 commandments. And, oh, my God, they're going to set up right next to it. This is going to be a confrontation. So they're moving to be right next to this group.
It's not their property.
This belongs to the restaurant.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, it's legal. It's not wide, but it is legal.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, we do have permission. You're the one that doesn't have permission. We just heard. You do not, ma'am. Ma'am, the worker just told us that you don't, ma'am. The worker just told us that you don't have permission. So.
Here, okay, have a banana before you go kill the baby inside you.
It's open. Why are you so bothered? Why are you so bothered? There's a big parking lot. Why are you bothered? Yeah, exactly, ma'am. Just do your own things. Go there with your signs. Act like we're not here.
Here, come get some fresh strawberries while you go in and kill your baby. What the fuck? These people are morons.
No, they're not very Christian at all. Mm-hmm.
These people are morons. Yes, the January 6th hearing will be live at 7:30 tonight.
We're about to get some plates and go serve the community, too.
Okay. These people... they're fucking, they're just gone. Like, they're gone. And let's not even associate these people with the left or Democrats. Let's just associate them with morons.
Hey, of the world.
Oh my God.
Are we doing
Sorry, I didn't realize I had this on.
I don't know. Oh yeah, we need to be able to let cars come and go. I know, true.
Let's go over.
Is anyone close? Is anyone close to this? I'm so tempted to just be like, hey, someone walks up and is like, yeah, I want a banana, the whole table. And Steve said hi.
Maybe they won't cry as much.
Because it's free, right? You can't get in trouble. They said it's free, right? So does two people walk up and take the whole table and be like, you said it's free. We have you on
picture
video.
when they come in
I want
here
that
to
shit.
get
I want.
whatever it is, whether it's an ultrasound or a pregnancy test or an abortion, whatever it is, man.
These people are nuts.
Yeah, but we're still in the parking lot. Shouldn't we come more over here? That way they don't say nothing because we're in the. Don't give them no reason to. You know what I'm saying?
It would be don't give them any reason. It's not don't give them no reason. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Hide yourself in the
Move
back
pop
corner.
up,
Yep.
move in.
Fucking morons.
Literally, employees have come out and supported us and said thank
Literally.
you. People that have come in and out of the clinic have thanked us.
Literally.
Wait, what?
Literally. It's fucking- oh, I'm having fun with this. Hold on. I got to close some of these windows. I just realized I got a shit ton of windows open. The Jen Psaki is going to be, or not Jen Psaki, what's her? Karine Jean-Pierre is going to have her press conference where they're going to talk about Joe Biden, the double vaccinated, double boosted, and yet he's quarantined because he has COVID. Now, you should hear the media and how they are talking about this now. It is such a different time. Remember when Donald Trump had COVID and the CNN and leftist media and even people on the right were just being crazy peoples? You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, let's listen. You want to listen? You ready?
Got hella angry. She got angry. She got angry.
It's weird that you can learn to hate someone that you've never met.
See how angry? So unchristian-like. So unchristian-like. I'm taking pictures and videos of me.
Her laugh, dude, it makes like I guarantee that is like an anti restreamer like thing, just to go because I tell you, it makes me want to mute her and not show the video anymore. Just her laughing. It's the worst fucking laugh I've ever heard. It's like the Fran laugh. Remember that from the show? Or whatever laugh it is. Just that annoying one that plagues you and you're like sleeping, all of a sudden you hear it and you wake up thinking that you're going to die, you know, because it's just like the most horrid laugh you've ever heard in your life. Yeah, well, that's Christina's comrades. That and she can't breathe ever.
They're all mad. Look at these people coming here to support and feed people and show them love and support.
Fucking laugh, bro.
We have a 10-year-old on the corner holding a siren, and the workers said that they bring young kids.
Oh, God.
And like make them sit on their knees like they're praying in front of the clinic.
Maybe they are praying.
Crazy, huh?
Unbelievable.
There you go.
Now she must be big, right? She's got to be big. She's always eating and breathing heavy and stuff. What do they got a propane tank for? Are they making hot dogs? Isn't that a little weird? Isn't that a little weird? Making hot dogs, they're having what? A little barbecue? A little barbecue? Her stupid voice and laugh make my ears want to bleed, said Animal Lover 1978. Yes, that's true. Someone said it's worse than Kamala Harris. It is not worse than Kamala Harris. It is not. Oh my God, she's got a bad one. And can you imagine? We may be close. We may be close. Joe Biden, currently, he's got COVID. It's the pandemic of the unvaccinated. We're going to have a winter of death. Remember? Summer of death, spring of death, whatever he said. Remember? Uh-oh, Joe Biden's got COVID. He's also got a 19% approval rating. This is like a Democrat's worst wet dream right now. You know that. You know all the Democrat National Committee are like, holy shit, is this going to work? Yeah. Kamala for president? Okay. I mean, what? Could it get any worse than it is now? I'll be honest with you. Could it? I mean, at least Kamala's got a really hard stance of going after criminals, right? Oh, wait. No, those are just black criminals. She doesn't go after anybody else. Remember, she locked up a shit ton of black Americans for drug violations in California when she was the attorney general. But people on the left don't like to know that. You know, those are just facts that nobody wants to care about. Nobody wants to talk about it. You know, man. He's also 80 years old. No, fact check, false. He's not 80. He's like 79, right? I mean, pretty close. He's probably lying about his age. He's probably actually 105, you know? They're making hot dogs. Isn't that weird? Do you have a permit for your hot dogs, lady? Come on, police. Do you have a permit to sell hot dogs? God, who would eat a hot dog from these people? They're literally standing outside of an abortion clinic telling people to go get the abortions.
Serving community too, but we're going to stay here to support people in the clinic. If they want to eat, the employees, whatever, man, we're here to feed the people and show love and support to people in the clinic. Because that's why we're here.
I don't want you over there by the people I go to church with.
Why are they wearing Black Lives Matter shirts? Don't they understand what Planned Parenthood was founded for? What the original purpose was? You wouldn't be wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt if you knew that. Would you? Maybe you would. Because again, remember, to Black Lives Matter, Black lives don't matter. Because all lives can't matter until select Black Lives Matter. That's what it means. And we know that. Because they'd be protesting outside of like any city right now where there's a rise in crime and black people are being killed at record numbers.
Hello.
Oh my God. Is the White House press conference on yet? Oh my God. It's going to begin very shortly. Here, I'll keep this over here so I'll be able to see it when it does start. But man, hold on. Let me close some of these things. The House is still, no, the House is now adjourned until, well, they haven't even fixed it. Oh, it's just done for the day. So the House is done for the day. Till tomorrow. No, they don't work on Fridays. Politicians. Oh, she shut it off. Christina's camera ads. She shut it off. I think she said she's going to Instagram. I don't really care. Fuck her. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Insane. Insane stuff, man. What a day today has been, huh? What a day. And we're not even halfway done yet. In 6 hours, we will be watching the January 6th shit show where they're going to be lying about Donald Trump. We're going to hear a lot about how Donald Trump waited 120 minutes or 180 minutes or something like that, but that's not the truth. Donald Trump put out his first tweet, I believe at 2:38. The Capitol wasn't breached until like 2:16, but it doesn't matter. You know, those are just facts. Nobody likes facts anymore. You know, it's fucking hot. It's hot in here. It says it's 76 degrees inside my office. Because I think there's only one AC unit for this entire 2,500 square foot office complex. And I don't have a single air thing over me right now because all the other rooms are a bit cooler than this one. You know? Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. All right, well, Karine Jean-Pierre and Dr. Anish Jha should be coming up live. And then after that's done, I'm going to cut my feeds likely until 7:30 tonight. Remember, you can buy a Mega Rational American box on puretruthcoffee.com. And tonight, after the J6 hearing, I'm giving away a 55-inch flat screen smart TV. Also, with a lifetime subscription to Citizen Stringer TV. That's like worth, it's priceless. You can't even put a price to it. You can't even put a price to it. It's priceless. So make sure you go and you get your box. If you already ordered one the other day, or just order another one. Order one for your friends. It does two things. One, it really helps us to pay the bills. Secondly, you get a ton of awesome shit in each box. So make sure. And if you bought a box today, if you buy a second box, I'll tell you a little secret. You get 2 entries. All right? Last time we did this 2 days ago, we had 27 people that bought boxes. And those are good odds. That's 1 in 27, right? Yeah, 27. Would you subtract them if it's, no, it was 1 in 27. And I forgot who won, but wasn't it Patrick? Patrick? Longtime viewer from YouTube. I'm literally sweating. I want to go home just because of how hot it is. But I'm going to wait until Karine Jean-Pierre, until she does her thing, and then I'll cut my feed. But for now, I'm going to stop talking. Someone said, dang, I can't convince my husband I need more coffee yet, maybe for Christmas gifts. Will they still be fresh 5 months later if they're not opened? Yeah, freeze them. Put them in your freezer. Also, someone asked if we would do the flying high and whole bean. I can do the flying high and whole bean because we're reformulating it. It's going to be like super flying high now. Yeah. But I can do it in whole bean, but I have a 50-pound minimum. So if you guys like flood the chat right now and say you'll buy the flying high whole bean, which is a high caffeine blend, I will order it, and then I should have it in like a week or two. It takes 14 days for them to roast it and send it to me. But all right. Anyway, I'll be back as soon as this is over. Or yeah, I'll probably still talk, but I don't want to talk right now. Bye. Let me get rid of this thing too. You guys can buy the box if you want to buy the box, but I don't want it to block the sign language interpreter. Interpreter. Wow. I felt like Donald Trump when I said it. Interpreter. Ooh, I'm a goofball. Holy shit. So Cicilita or whatever your name is. Yeah, you won the coffee box. I sent it out today. It's already, you should be able to track it already. If you go to your order, I forgot what you ordered. You ordered a mega box, right? And then you won the coffee box. But I shipped your coffee box today, so you can go into your order and track it. If it was you, I don't recognize your name, but I only gave away one coffee box, so. Yeah, we're stupidly going camping tomorrow for 3 days, and we're supposed to have like record heat here. May not be the best choice, but that's what we're doing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Celia is short for Priscilla. I said Priscilla. Prasado. Presidio. Isn't that's a street in San Francisco, isn't it, right? Presidio? The hearing's beginning, I know. I'm just talking. Someone said I should put my face over the sign language person. No, I won't do that. That's rude. We got to be ADA compliant here at the Rational American. I almost want to change the whole name of Citizen Stringer to the Rational American. It's got such a good like connotation. Like it's so great. The Rational American. Coming to movie theaters near you. Steve takes on the world while carrying a burrito. I don't know why I said burrito, but whatever. Priscilla says she's going camping tomorrow too. Yeah, well, I'm hoping our AC can keep up with it. That's the goal. Now, this is going to be an action-packed press conference, just so everyone knows. This is going to be action-packed. They're going to come out with fact after fact after bullshit fact because, well, Joe Biden has COVID. And the world is in chaos. Does that mean that Joe Biden may be no more? Are they going to have to exercise emergency powers and put Camilla in control of the world? Well, I don't know. We'll find out. Probably not. A burrito on a scooter. Yes. That's a challenge that I'm willing to take for the right amount of money. Can I ride a scooter while eating a burrito? It's already a challenge enough to ride a scooter, but can I do it while eating a burrito? It's funny because I've turned up the volume in my ears, so it's super loud. It sounds like I'm in a movie. To you guys, it may not sound like it at all, but it sounds like I'm, because the volume was way up. Yeah. Someone said, I liked Wake Up America, but I see how that would be perceived as pompous, implying others are not awake. The world of chaos rational is a counterculture. Exactly. Rational American, it fits for Democrats too. It does. It does. All right.
Good afternoon,
Goodbye.
everybody. As you all know, I received a letter from the president's personal physician this morning. We released it to you shortly thereafter in the interest of transparency. I have the letter here, and I just want to read it through so we can get started, before we get started. This morning, as part of our routine screening program for the president, the SARS-CoV-2 virus was detected by antigen testing. This result was subsequently confirmed by a PCR test. On questioning, President Biden is currently experiencing mild symptoms, mostly a runny nose and fatigue, with an occasional dry cough, which started yesterday evening. Given that he meets USA Food and Drug Administration, FDA, Emergency Use Authority criteria for Paxlovid, I have recommended initiating such treatment. The president is fully vaccinated and twice boosted, so I anticipate that he will respond favorably as most maximally protected patients do. Early use of Paxlovid in this case provides additional protection against severe disease. He will isolate in accordance with CDC recommendations. I will keep your office updated with any changes in his condition or treatment plan. I also wanted to provide you with a brief readout of the president's activities today. The president has been working from the residence, like so many of us have during this pandemic, doing calls with senior staff, including the chief of staff, myself, and Dr. Jha, who's here with us. As we read out, the president also called Senator Casey, Representative Cartwright, mayors of Scranton, Mayor of Wilkesboro, and Representative Clyburn. The president also called a few of his cousins from Scranton who were set to attend today's event in Pennsylvania. And he spoke with Ambassador Giddenstein and Cornyn. You all have seen the photo he posted on and the video that was just released to all of you out of transparency moments ago. The president will continue to work from the residence. Today, as you all know, as I just mentioned, and as we sent out earlier, Dr. Ashish Jha, our COVID-19 response coordinator, is joining us today in the briefing room. And as I tweeted out earlier, Dr. Jha and I spoke to the president this morning, and he said he's feeling fine. He has a little dry cough, as I just mentioned from the doctor's letter, a little runny nose.
Dry cough is
feeling
bad.
Tired.
Dry cough is bad, boys.
Hard on behalf of the American people. And with that, Dr. Jha.
I'm gonna keep my face in the corner so you see how interested.
Good afternoon,
in this
everybody.
I am.
I'm pleased to be with you. As Corinne mentioned, I spoke to the president earlier. I also spoke at length with Dr. O'Connor, who is the president's personal physician. And I'm happy to share the readout of these conversations with you, and then I'm happy to take questions. In terms of my conversation with the president, he sounded great. I asked him, Mr. President, how are you feeling? He said, I'm feeling fine.
Lies.
He said he was feeling fine. He had been working all morning. He hadn't even been able to finish his breakfast because he had just been busy. I encouraged him to finish his breakfast.
He was nauseous.
In terms of my conversation with Dr. O'Connor, we talked at length about what happened this morning. As Corinne mentioned, the president got his regular testing that he does on his regular cadence. After he tested positive, he reported these symptoms that have been described. Dr. O'Connor examined him thoroughly, found his exam to be normal, to be at his baseline. And then obviously he recommended that the president take Paxlovid. The president accepted that recommendation and has started Paxlovid and has taken his first course already.
Everybody better make sure that Hunter Biden wasn't in the White House, because then we're going to have an epidemic of hookers
this moment
catching COVID.
because the president is fully vaccinated, double boosted, his risk of serious illness is dramatically lower.
Oh, good.
He's also getting treated with a very powerful antiviral, and that further reduces his risk of serious illness.
Lies.
And it's a reminder of the reason that we all work so hard.
Here we go.
To make sure that every American has the same level of protection that the president has.
Here we go. So you
that
can't catch
every
COVID.
American has the same level of immunity. And why we have
immunity, shmunity.
People have access to life-saving treatments like Paxlovid. These are incredibly important things for the president to have. They're incredibly important things for every American to have. And we have worked very hard over the last 18 months to make sure we have plenty of vaccines, that we have plenty of therapies, that people can get tested on a regular basis, as the president does, because testing allows you to identify an infection early and get started with treatment early. And we all know from medicine that early treatment is always better. Let me also take a moment to talk about BA.5. If you've listened to me at all in the last couple of weeks, you heard me talk a lot about this subvariant of Omicron that is now 70–80% of all infections in the United States. It's a reminder to everyone, if you are over 50, the way I am, the way many of you might be, if you are over the age of 50 and if you've not gotten a vaccine shot in the year 2022, you need to go get one. You need to go get one now, because it will dramatically improve your level of protection, reduce your risk of having serious illness. It's the best thing that people can be doing. Let me just finish by saying,
they're still doing it.
Obviously, we work hard to protect the president, make sure he's been vaccinated and boosted, has access to treatments. We also have been working very, very hard to make sure every American has access to the same things. Because every American deserves access to the best vaccines, the best treatments, and they are widely available. And I want to use this moment to remind everybody of that and to remind everybody to avail themselves of that. Get vaccinated. If you have a breakthrough infection, get treated. It's the best thing you can do to protect yourself. Let me stop and take questions, and I know you will as well.
We'll both take questions, but go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jha. Has the president been tested to determine which variant he has? Is it BA.5? And if so, what does that say about his prognosis?
It's a great question. The virus has been sent off for sequencing. It takes usually about a week for that sequencing to come back. That's under normal circumstances. He's the president. The sequencing will get prioritized. So we should have an answer sooner than that. But you can't just tell from a regular test what kind of variant. So the sequencing results will be back at some point less than a week from now.
And has the president had to halt any of his regular medications now that he's taking Paxlovid? And what are you doing to mitigate the risk from halting those medications?
Yeah, so I had a conversation about this with Dr. O'Connor. There are two medicines he's on, Eliquis and Crestor, cholesterol-lowering medicine, and a blood thinner for his atrial fibrillation, both of which need to be stopped when you take Paxlovid. It's a very standard, common thing that we do when we give people Paxlovid. And you don't need to do anything in those circumstances. They both get stopped for the 5 days that he's on Paxlovid, and then they get restarted, and it's totally fine and pretty normal practice.
Where exactly was the president infected?
Where was he infected? I don't think we know. I certainly don't know if you have any thoughts on it.
Look, I don't think that matters, right? I think what matters is we prepared for this moment. I think what matters is what Dr. Jha just laid out. If we look at where we were a year and a half ago, this is a president, when he walked in, one of his first priorities was to make sure we had a comprehensive plan to get people vaccinated. And so now today...
No. Actually, when he walked in, hold on. It's very important that we report the truth, okay? When he first walked into the White House, he walked square into the wall. Like right into the wall, and then he had to be redirected.
Please do. These are treatments that are going to keep you safe. And I think that's what matters here, is making sure that we continue to do the work. And the good thing is that the president, again, has been vaccinated and double boosted.
We know that rebound COVID cases have been a concern in some individuals who take Paxlovid. Are there any precautions you can take to try and prevent that? And how concerned are you that could potentially hinder his return to the office?
It's a great question. So let me tell you what we know about rebound. So we've looked at the clinical data on this.
You know, I just got a really good idea. After the reporter asks a question, I'm going to pause it and give an answer like a real person, and then we'll hear their response, okay? Starting after for the next question.
Because if you look at Twitter, it feels like everybody has rebound, but it turns out there's actually clinical data. If you look at major health systems that have given out Paxlovid to tens of thousands of people, rebound rates are around 5%. There are some studies that suggest maybe 7-8%, some that say it's 2%, but it's in the single digits. So it happens, it's not that frequent. But here's the key point about rebound, which is when people have rebound, they don't end up in the hospital, they don't end up particularly sick. And the goal of Paxlovid is to keep people from getting seriously ill. And so it continues to work. His physician is in charge of taking care of him. Obviously, the president will continue to be monitored as he is, but the Paxlovid is working really well at preventing serious illness, rebound or no rebound, and that's why he was offered it, and that's why the president took it.
And you mentioned the symptoms that the president has had so far: runny nose, fatigue, dry cough. What other symptoms are you looking out for at this point? Obviously, this is the beginning of this, and what would warrant hospitalization?
Well, yes. So let me answer that. So we don't know. We know the side effects of Paxlovid are diarrhea, but Mr. Biden's already had diarrhea. We know it's muscle aches, but we don't have to worry about muscle aches with Joe Biden because there's not an ounce of muscle on him. Abdominal pain, he doesn't have a soul, no abdomen either. Nausea, everyone gets nauseous when they look at Joe Biden. And yeah, he does feel generally unwell, which is a side effect of Paxlovid. You're welcome.
So right now he feels really well. Our expectation is that he's going to continue to have mild illness. And he's going to be monitored for his symptoms. I mean, you ask him, kind of every day. I asked him, like, how is he feeling? Is he having any other symptoms? He's not. And I think we're going to continue monitoring that. And I don't, I think that is the plan right now, is that he's going to get care the way he would. I was going to say the way he would any other person. He's the president, so obviously he gets extra attention. But I don't think we have any expectations of any other symptoms at this point.
I'm going to go to the back. Go ahead, April. Come back.
I want to follow up on that on a couple of questions. So if the president's oxygen level went down, would he be a candidate to go to the hospital?
I don't. So.
Yeah. See. Well, he's the president, and yes. Typically, if your O2 levels drop below 96, you got to worry about it. Joe Biden's oxygen levels, because he's full of hot air, they're always floating right around 40, okay? Because he's really not alive. He's dead and walking around with big puppet strings attached to him. That one wasn't that good. I tried.
At this point, we don't generally want to avoid hypotheticals. He is breathing well. His oxygen level is normal. And he's I was going to say resting comfortably. He's actually not resting comfortably. He's working comfortably in his residence.
But that's not a hypothetical in COVID, sir. And the next question. In this moment, we understand that the incubation of COVID is 2 to 14 days. Has the White House reached out to those the president has been in contact with, in-person contact with, in that period of time?
Yes. So this is Jean-Pierre speaking now. So yes, we did reach out to the Saudi prince who killed the American journalist that President Biden bumped fists with and was like, hey, good job in killing that American. Yeah, we told him that President Biden had COVID and he was likely going to, not President Biden, but the prince was likely going to suffer a horrible, painful incubation period.
So CDC has very clear protocols on this. In terms of when people are contagious pre-symptoms. The White House Medical Unit is conducting right now a contact tracing, and they are contacting every single person who meets the CDC definition of a potentially close contact.
And speaking of the CDC, this last question. The CDC says if you are in a high-risk area, and a large swath of the nation is in a high-risk area, they recommend wearing masks indoors. In this White House, we're still seeing people back and forth. DC is is in that high category. Is there now a push to tell people to start wearing the masks indoors, especially as the president now we see has COVID?
Well, yes. So the midterms are coming up, so we have to ramp up the COVID scare. So yes, everybody should be wearing a mask on their elbow. As you can see, most of the people in the White House currently in this press gallery all were very good sheep and all put on their masks again. Yeah, they're so good sheep. And in all reality, the reason why they're all wearing their masks, everyone here, they're in the official White House press pool. And they've all been exposed to COVID from the president of the United States. That's why they're all wearing masks. Oh!
I actually, off the top of my head, can't remember where DC is on the orange, yellow, green map. So I'm not going to kind of do this off. But the bottom line is we follow CDC guidelines, and the policy at the White House is to follow CDC guidelines in terms of mask wearing based on CDC's COVID community levels.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Will the president resume public events in 5 days if he tests negative, or will the White House be more cautious and have him isolate for 10 days?
Well, thank you for that question. It's very important to understand that President Biden doesn't do public events all that often. Since he took office on January 20th of 2021, he's only held 9 public gatherings where he answered questions from the American public. So in all reality, even when it appears that he's there, we're doing it in a studio and he's a hologram. He's not really there because we don't know where Joe Biden is at the moment. But yeah, we'll resume the holographic public appearances.
So the plan right now is to follow, it's actually, we do CDC guidelines, but we actually go beyond CDC guidelines. So he's certainly going to isolate for at least 5 days, and he will return to normal activities after he's had a negative test.
And I'm also curious, what precautions, we saw that video the president put out, what precautions did you take for the person who filmed the video?
Yeah, I just want to touch on a couple of things. Look, right now we heard from the doctor, Dr. O'Connor, his personal doctor, and he has mild symptoms, and he's continuing to continue to do the work of the presidency from his residence. And I think
you know what's really important to realize too. Look at the distance between this doctor who has never seen President Joe Biden, and then this woman who has seen Joe Biden quite often. In fact, she was on Air Force One with him. She probably had breakfast, gave him the little like baby spoon of applesauce, like, here you go, Mr. President, and put it in his mouth. She's not wearing a mask, and he is not either. And yet, almost the entire press pool is wearing masks. I know that wasn't the question, but I've already lost interest in doing so. So, yeah, enjoy the rest of this press conference, and I'll chirp in when I feel like it. I may fast forward through stupid questions now that we can. All right.
that's important. And to your question, April, every person
April's in the White
reacts
House.
to COVID differently. So it is a hypothetical, right? We're going to keep an eye. The doctor's going to keep an eye on him. I think what's important, though, and I really want to take this opportunity to say this, and Dr. Jha said this as well, is that he is vaccinated and he is double boosted, which gives him protection, right? Which makes it puts him in a good position, just like every other American that he fought so very hard for, to make sure that we had a comprehensive COVID plan to get people vaccinated, boosted, and also Paxlovid, right? And so what we need to know is he has mild symptoms, and he is going to continue to do his work, as we've seen from the video. Ashley, I'm going to take your question right now. Look, in the video that you saw, there was his videographer was there with him, wore an N95 mask, had the appropriate distance, the 6 feet distance, in the same situation as well with the photo. And as you saw in the video, he was outside, so we did that outside. And with the photo, he took off his mask so that the American people could see him and see directly, see the work that he's doing, and that he's sitting at his desk continuing to do his work. But
bullshit.
Just wanted to give that. Go ahead, Dr. Jha. I don't know if there's a... Go ahead.
Can I ask whether there was any consideration given to other treatments other than Paxlovid, such as a monoclonal? It's been unclear how the two work together. It's more serious cases that get a monoclonal. Can you walk through that?
I think there are two good choices for therapies.
One or the other.
I think there are two good choices. There are people who get both. I think this was a decision made by Dr. O'Connor in consultation with certainly the president, the patient. And I also know that Dr. O'Connor spoke with infectious disease experts at Walter Reed and at George Washington University. That was all part of the plan, by the way. We'd always sort of planned that if...
Yeah. See, he just said a key thing there. This is all part of the plan, by the way. It's all part of the White House emergency plan that Mr. Biden would get COVID and retreat to the basement. I don't believe it. Have Joe Biden hold up today's newspaper, okay? Have Joe Biden hold up today's newspaper. We should hashtag that. Proof of Biden life. That should be a hashtag because, isn't Hillary starting to go and speak in place? Wasn't she just in Iowa the other day? Did she meet with President Biden? I mean, he did fist bump the prince that killed the American journalist, Khashoggi. He fist bumped that guy. Did that guy give him COVID? I mean, conspiracy theories run amok, right?
If the president got infected, we would consult with experts. He did, and based on that, that was a recommendation that Dr. O'Connor made, and the president accepted that recommendation.
Would that be an option if the case were to worsen? If someone who gets Paxlovid, things get worse, can they get a secondary?
In terms of his clinical care, first of all, Dr. O'Connor is going to drive that process with consultation from experts, not just at those institutions, really around the country. And I think he's going to make decisions based on what is happening with the president in his condition. Right now, the president's feeling well. He described it as himself as feeling fine with mild symptoms.
And we've seen with rebound cases, second courses of Paxlovid. Would the president, if he had a rebound case?
Oh my God, I just realized something. Joe Biden has COVID. Side effect of COVID is a loss of smell. This is God saying, stay away from little kids. Stop smelling them. Stop smelling them because he's not going to smell them if you can't smell them. You know what I mean?
In other words, tested positive after testing negative, get a second course of Paxlovid.
A lot of hypotheticals there of lots of things that might happen down the road. I understand. No, it is, but it's hypothetical. The president feels fine right now. I don't think, I think we will cross that bridge if that happens. But at this point, really focus on just making sure the president continues to do well.
And I'm sorry, just very, very quickly, just to clear the timeline, he popped on a routine screening test and then spoke to doctors about his symptoms as opposed to saying, hey, I have symptoms, let's do a test. That's the order of things.
He was scheduled to get his test this morning. It came back positive. And on questioning, as I understand it from Dr. O'Connor, on questioning, reported that, yes, he was having these mild symptoms.
And just to add, you guys saw him yesterday. He was in Massachusetts, Somerset.
Yeah, he looks sick as fuck. Yesterday, Joe Biden, the president of the United States, said he had cancer. Okay, so she's trying to be like, you guys saw him yesterday. He was fine. He said he had cancer and again tried to handshake with the invisible person. The guy's not been fine for a long time. At least the kids that travel to the White House are safe because he can't smell anything.
That he spoke for 20 minutes in 93-degree weather. It was incredibly hot. He was feeling fine, where most of us were looking for water and trying not to pass out. The president was delivering remarks on a very important issue on climate change, as you all saw. I do want to add just that as we've stated, Dr. O'Connor, you all will get daily updates from Dr. O'Connor on how he's doing. So just wanted to add that, and we'll just continue to okay.
A couple simple questions, if I can. First of all, was the president ever identified as a close contact to anybody else in the course of the last 72 to 100 hours, say?
Not that I know of. Do you?
Well, I'll say this: the process is we are starting our process our protocol process on close contact.
Was he ever identified as a close contact to somebody else, though?
Oh, to someone else? That part we would have to find out. I can't speak to. What I can say is our process, because as we all stated, he is now positive. We are doing our process for our close contact components.
How many people have been identified as close contacts?
Hold on, Renee said. Sadly, I don't feel bad for him. I won't even pray for him. I hate to say this, but I am honest. Oh, I'm praying. Kamala? Biden? Biden's got a 19% approval rating. At least Kamala has a history of going pretty tough on criminals. Right? Right?
to him without detailing
we
the
are just
specifics?
starting our process, so I don't.
To this point, how many have been?
I'm just saying we're just starting our process. I don't have a number to read out to you. I told you that he called the members, the congressional members that traveled with him yesterday, but we're just starting out our process right
Has
now.
anyone else at the White House tested positive this week?
Well, as we normally do, if they are a close contact to the president, we normally provide that information. When I tested positive and I was a close contact to, well, out of abundance of a caution, actually, I was not, but because I had traveled with him, we share that information. But we have a protocol here that we will continue to follow when it comes to who's a close contact to the president and making sure that we make that clear. And in December of last year, when he was traveling and there was someone who was a close contact to him, we share that as well. So we've been transparent on
But in
that.
simple terms, is anybody else in the West Wing or at the White House positive now?
Right now, all I can tell you, our protocol is, if they are a close contact with any of the principals, we share that information.
You can't say beyond that. Let me ask Dr. Jha one final question, if I can. We saw the president's video, and I understand the desire of the White House to show the president 6 feet away. The individual shooting it was wearing a mask. But for regular Americans who are watching this right now, what would your recommendation be? Should Americans who are positive for COVID, if they are in public or in any place at any time, always wear a mask?
So the CDC guidance on this is clear. People should isolate, and they should, if they're going to be in close contact with anybody else, they should definitely be wearing a mask. The president was more than 6 feet away from the camera person, who was wearing an N95. Again, in that video, you saw that it was outside. So I think it was, from a safety point of view, a very safe thing to do.
Thank you, Dr. I can ask the first question of Dr.
Sorry,
Jha.
I'm gonna call in everybody. I'm gonna call in everybody. I promise. I'm gonna call in everybody. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Can you explain the testing cadence and the rationale behind it? Given the rise of BA.5 and the fact that the president's been traveling and having big events, why doesn't he get a daily test?
So the testing cadence is determined by Dr. O'Connor, his personal physician. He gets tested very regularly. I don't really think there's a huge advantage of testing like every day. I think.
Had he tested yesterday morning, for example, he might have tested positive in time to not go to that trip and expose any number of people, right?
The president, the protocol behind the president's testing has been both developed by Dr. O'Connor, but I think also has gone through a lot of vetting. It's what we use to protect the president and those around him, and it's been. I don't have anything else to say beyond the kind of the protocol we have.
Look, like Dr. Jha said, it is between him and his personal doctor on that protocol. He has a regular cadence, as we have spoken about before. We shared with all of you on Tuesday that he tested negative, and the reason why you saw him yesterday. I just said he was speaking in front of many of your colleagues outside for 20 minutes on a very, very hot day, and it wasn't until later in the day, in the evening, that he was feeling a little tired, and he was tested today. Look, this goes back to where we have come from, where we started. The president has done the work to make sure that more than 200 million people in this country have been vaccinated. More than 100 million people in this country have been boosted. That's because we have a comprehensive plan to make sure people get vaccinated so that they can be protected. And so that is what's most important here. He has mild symptoms. He continues to work. And like many Americans, this is, we have to make sure that we send out message to make sure to get vaccinated and boosted if you haven't yet.
Does the president, does the White House, are there any regrets about the amount of time in sort of recent days and past weeks that we've seen him unmasked, shaking hands with people, hugging people, fist bumping, in close contact with crowds? In retrospect, was he too casual?
No. I mean, look, I look at this, I've said this before from this podium, we have an incredibly contagious variant, and we've had a protocol that I think has done a very good job protecting the president. The most important part of that protocol, by the way, is making sure that he was up to date on his vaccines and we had access to treatments. The president wants to get out there and meet American people and engage. And we always said that this was a possibility. I think I even said it from this stage that this was a possibility. I think that the protocols have kept him from getting infected, but we knew that this was a possibility with this incredibly contagious variant. The good news is, and this was always the point, the good news is his immune system is very well protected given the 4 vaccine shots he's gotten. He's getting treatment. He has mild symptoms. He's feeling fine, his words.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Dr. Shaw, if I could please ask you about the president's age. He's 79 years old. What level of concerns does that add when someone like him tests positive?
Very simply, I would begin with what's his immune status and what are his access to treatments. And the bottom line is, given how much immunity he has from vaccines, given that he was started on treatments right away, like literally had symptoms this morning, got started on Paxlovid this morning, I think all of those things very dramatically reduce his risk of serious illness. And that's really the goal here, is to prevent serious illness, to keep that risk as low as possible. I think he's gotten that full set of protections.
And in terms of monitoring his oxygen, is that something that will be done hourly, something that will be done a couple times a day? Just walk us through, if you could, the oxygen levels and the concern that could raise.
Yeah. I don't actually know how often. What I will say is that he's monitored very regularly. He's feeling well. His oxygen level was checked this morning. It was normal. And the exact sort of frequency of that is a decision between him and his physician, and really Dr. O'Connor making that call.
You said it doesn't matter where he got it, but how can it not matter where he got it if that is something that, of course, is involving contact tracing? This administration has taken it very seriously. How can it not matter?
I think
what
I was trying to say is what's important now is that he has mild symptoms. Is that he is working from the residents on behalf of the American people. That's our focus. Look, we knew this was going to happen. As Dr. Jha said, when he joined me at the briefing in the briefing room not too long ago, he said this is everyone was at some point everyone's going to get COVID. What is important is to make sure that you get the treatment that we have provided for folks. Whether it's make sure you get vaccinated, make sure you get boosted, and then we have Paxlovid that is made available because of this president. So what I'm trying to say is the moment that we're in right now is what matters as we're talking about the president and his treatment and how he's feeling and how he's continuing to work on behalf of the American public. I'm going to move around because I know there's a lot of Dolan. Go ahead.
Thank you. Corinne, you said that he was feeling fine yesterday during his speech, but that he started to feel tired later on in the evening. I just want to clarify. Can you say exactly when he started feeling mild symptoms?
I cannot say exactly when that occurred. I could say that he told us this morning he had a runny nose. He had a dry cough. He was a little bit fatigued. He did say he had restless sleep. And when that occurred, he got the antigen test, tested positive, and then was given a PCR test. I cannot pinpoint the exact moment. And we were transparent. I got the letter from. We put out a statement as soon as we did the test and were able to put out the information. So we were transparent in giving out the statement. We were transparent in sending out the letter, and we will have daily updates from his doctor on his status.
In terms of the search for close contacts, I understand that's underway now, but there should still be able to be some confirmation of at least some individuals who are in close contact. He was with multiple members yesterday on Air Force One. He was with the First Lady of Ukraine as well on Tuesday. Can you tell us if the Vice President is a close contact, if those members that were on the plane are considered close contacts?
Yes. So when it comes to the Vice President, she spoke to this earlier today. She just gave comments and she spoke with the President. I will let her speak to that. You heard from the First Lady. Of course, she's the First Lady, and so she spoke. She said she tested negative, and clearly she is a close contact. Look, I'll say this. Our commitment since last July is to disclose when the president or one of the 4 principals is a close contact of staff who tested positive as defined by the CDC. This is a definition by the CDC, or when he tests positive, which is what we're doing to all of our review today. So, for example, we're transparent with the vice president. When she tested positive, when the second gentleman tested positive, and we're doing that currently right now with him. So we are transparent when the President Biden was a close contact of a staff member, as I mentioned in December, but for privacy reasons, we will not get into more details as it relates to that. So we're starting the process. I don't have a number, a list of folks to share with you. I think that if I know some of your colleagues traveled with us, if there are any concerns or questions, feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to, if you have personal questions about yourself, feel free to reach out.
I have one more. Just Ashley asked as well, I think, about moving forward the 5-day quarantine, whether or not he would immediately resume. I believe you said that he would quarantine for 5 days and then he would resume when he tests negative. But I just want the connective tissue here. If he tests negative on that 5th day, would he resume his schedule as normal?
Yeah, so the CDC's guidance on this is very clear. You have to isolate for 5 days. CDC says that you can resume after 5 days without a negative test, as long as you wear a well-fitting mask. We go above and beyond that at the White House, and the president will get tested. And as long as he's isolated for 5 days, meeting the kind of CDC requirement, we will wait until he gets a negative antigen test, before he returns to activity.
Go ahead, Steve.
How does the White House adjust to having a president with COVID? Who has access to him? Is he staying in one room, a series of rooms? What's the physical situation?
So as I just stated, he is isolated in the White House residence. Look, the president could be a president anywhere, right? It doesn't matter where he's located. He has the technology, he has the tools, what he needs, the communications, what he needs to continue to doing his job.
And has staffing here been adjusted at all? Fewer people around?
There has been no change to our protocol as of date. I think you just asked. No, I gotta go around. Your colleagues are gonna kill me. I gotta go around. Go ahead, Tammy. We'll go to the back.
I just want to parse the timeline a little bit. I think there may be a comma in the doctor's statement, and I just want to clarify. Did he start experiencing the cough last night, or all of the symptoms last night? I guess my question is, when did he start experiencing fatigue? When was the first sign of fatigue?
Yeah, I mean,
spoke to the doctor.
I spoke to the doctor. I spoke to the president. My understanding is, again, his doctor spent a lot more time with him than I. I mean, and I haven't spent time with the president. I just spoke to him on the phone. The president felt well all day yesterday. I think late in the evening, he felt some amount of fatigue. After a long day of travel, I don't know. There are a lot of late evenings where I feel some amount of fatigue. I don't know about all of you. He went to bed. I asked him how he slept. He said he just had a bit of a restless night. And this morning got his routine tests that he does. And then when Dr. O'Connor probed him further on symptoms, because he tested positive, that's when he mentioned, yeah, that maybe I was a little tired last night. So I really think his symptoms, you could say, either began late last night or early this morning.
Did he have any fatigue or runny nose or anything like that on Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday?
He felt totally normal and said that he felt, at least to me, he said he felt totally normal all day yesterday.
Has he experienced any fever or brain fog, other symptoms of COVID?
He's had no fever.
Okay, and could we get the president's position here so that we can not play the game of telephone?
I don't think this is a game of telephone. You have Dr. Jha, who is a medical doctor himself, who runs our COVID-19 response. You're going to hear regularly a statement from Dr. O'Connor. And so we are going to be as transparent as we are going to be transparent as we have been. We put out a statement this morning. We put out a letter from Dr. O'Connor. You have both of us here taking your questions and answering them. You saw a picture of the president, you saw a video of the president. And so we are doing this very differently, and we're going to continue to provide information for all of you and also the American public. I'm going to continue to go around. Go ahead.
While doing contact tracing, will you reach out to some of the officials the president met last year while traveling abroad, or is that too far away?
Yeah, so contact tracing for people in the last 48 hours who were after he tested positive. So if somebody met with the president a week ago, they would not be considered a close contact.
You won't, search for maybe people like positive with COVID that he met like last week, or that's.
Are we going to go looking a week ago to see who might have given? That's not. I mean, no. The purpose of contact tracing is to make sure that anybody who might have been exposed is so identified to prevent onward transmission.
Okay, Karen. Thanks, Corinne. To follow up on Steve's question, I think you had said that there was no change to protocols here. Do you mean the West Wing for change of staffing protocols?
I think that was Steve's question. I just don't have an update on that.
How about the residents, though? Is there a reduction in staff while the president's in isolation? And
we're
how are operations?
We're going to follow CDC guidance, right? Which is for the president to isolate and to make sure there is a very, very, very minimal footprint, because our goal is to make sure that we keep others safe.
So there are limited people that will be around the president for the next.
Yes, if anyone, to be quite honest, because we are going to follow CDC guidance.
And to follow on what you had said earlier about we'll be getting updates from Dr. O'Connor. Will that be statements every day?
There'll be statements. It'll be daily statements from. It could be directly from him. I believe it'll be directly from him, but you will get a daily statement.
Won't necessarily come here and do a briefing.
We're going to give daily statements, just like we provided the letter with transparency. The letter he provided to me, we made sure that you all saw, and we'll continue to make sure that you guys get an update on the president on a daily basis. Okay, go ahead. And then I'll come to you, Jim.
Just following up on Tam's question, actually, about Dr. O'Connor. There's obviously a few questions you can't answer about the timeline, about monoclonal antibody treatments, about the medications he's on. Why isn't he at the podium right now to answer the
No, I
question?
believe Dr. Jha spoke to the medication he's on. The monoclonal, right? That is something that is, right now he's on Paxlovid, right? We're going to, if anything changes, we will be sure to share that. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to have daily updates to all of you. I think the letter that the president's doctor put out was pretty clear and specific, and said that he is on Paxlovid.
And just follow up on isolation. That's obviously different from quarantine. What does isolation mean in this White House, and what will happen to the First Lady when she returns?
So isolation, well, yeah, so just for everybody, they know isolation is when you're positive and you're isolating. Quarantine is if you've been exposed. So that's the kind of difference in terminology. The isolation protocol is he's going to stay in his residence. We're going to absolutely minimize the footprint. I don't actually know what the plans are with the First Lady in terms of. I'm assuming she's going to stay isolated from the president as well. But that's a good. I don't know if you have anything more on the First Lady. But obviously, I think she will continue. She will stay away from the president as well. That's her decision, though. We don't try to tell the First Lady what to do. I feel some trepidation talking about what the First Lady will do vis-a-vis the president.
So first of all, the First Lady spoke to this directly. She's feeling fine, so just want to make sure that's clear. And she's going to continue to follow the CDC guidance, and she's going to continue to wear a mask. And so that's what she is going to. That's what she's going to do moving forward. Go ahead.
Dr. Jha, you talked about the testing cadence that he had, but while he has COVID, what's the testing cadence going to be? Will he be tested daily, and will those be rapid tests or PCR tests?
So I don't know that there's much value of a PCR test at this point, because they'll be positive for a while, right? So I don't actually know what his testing cadence is going to be. Again, CDC does not recommend any testing for the first 5 days. He will obviously be positive for some period of time. He will stay in isolation for 5 days. He will definitely get tested after that, and will stay in isolation until he turns negative. But any testing he has moving forward will largely be an antigen test.
You said that his oxygen level was normal. Can you be more specific about what his oxygen level numbers were?
Yeah, he's feeling fine. He's breathing fine. His oxygen level was normal. He got a full physical exam. There were no issues or no concerns.
So he doesn't know what the oxygen level was, because you would say it. Was it 96, 97, 98?
CDC guys
he doesn't know.
Who are close.
Why is he there? Why is he speaking?
The vaccine. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And who invited Key and Peele to the White House press conference? I'm very curious about that.
Being exposed, possibly exposed to someone. You were on the plane with the president yesterday. Others, members of staff weren't, and you're not wearing a mask.
Yeah, that's why when somebody was asking me, do we have a list of close contact? I am not considered a close contact, according to the CDC guide.
What? You were on the fucking plane with the fella.
Expand on that. Why she's
I mean, I could expand on it myself. But according to the CDC guidance, yes, I was with the president, but it was under 15 minutes. I was with him in short amount of time. I was wearing my mask the whole time. So to your question, Peter, when you were asking me about that, it's not that simple. It's not that easy. There's a process that has to go through. And just because I was with the president yesterday, you all saw me with the president, I am not considered a close contact. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, Bree. Paxlovid has emergency use authorization for patients who are at high risk for progression to severe disease. So clinically speaking, either because of this diagnosis or his age or any underlying conditions or otherwise, is the president at high risk for progression to severe disease?
So if you look at the EUA of the FDA, then it links to a CDC website that gives you what are the risk factors. And age is certainly one of them. And I have made the point that I think anyone over the age of 50 is somebody who is eligible for Paxlovid, and obviously people under 50 if they have serious chronic disease as well. But I believe anybody over the age of 50 is eligible for Paxlovid. The president is above the age of 50.
And then can you just confirm for us that there were no positive cases around the president in the last couple of days, or that he was not a close contact of anyone who was positive?
I think you've answered this, but feel free.
Yeah, I've already answered. No, I did. I answered it. I told you what our protocols are, and we have said, I told you what our protocols were, and as we have been committed since the last July, we disclose when the president or one of the four principal is a close contact of a staff who tested positive as defined by the CDC. This is defined again by the CDC, or when he tests positive, as we are doing today, and being very transparent about that.
We didn't hear from you that that's a no?
That's not what I'm saying. I am saying that when there is a close contact to the president, we actually give that information out, and we actually share that individual who's a staff member if they have tested positive. That has actually been our protocol since this past July. So a year.
So we didn't receive anything like that. So am I to assume that there was nothing that happened? There was no positive case where the president was a close contact?
Yes, you're safe to assume that, because that's what we have been committed to doing since the last July, which is about a year ago. Okay, we're going to continue. Go ahead.
The message that some people are going to take from this is that it's inevitable that everyone is going to get COVID at some point. I'm wondering if you think that's a reasonable assumption for people to make about this, and also what does this say about the state of the pandemic and how much longer this is going to be a part of our lives in this way?
Yeah, so based on the CDC data, about 70+% of Americans have been infected. And I have said, I think from this podium, that I don't believe that every American will be infected, but I think infections are obviously, given how incredibly contagious the current subvariant is, that Omicron has been in general, that we've seen a lot of Americans get infected. At this point in the state of the pandemic, I think our strategy on this has also been very, very clear. We have a two-pronged strategy. Number one is prevent serious illness, which I think is essential. And that strategy, as you've heard me articulate, is a combination of making sure people are up to date on their vaccines and getting treatments if they're eligible. And then the second part of the strategy is doing everything we can to keep infections down. And that's recommending masking in crowded indoor spaces in high transmission areas, making sure testing is widely available, working on improvements in indoor air quality and ventilation. Those are the things we're working on. And given that 70% of Americans have been infected, it's obviously a highly transmissible virus. And we are going to continue working on keeping both infections down and really working hard to make sure serious illness is limited. And I think, by the way, that is working. I mean, if you look at how many infections there have been, but where we are right now on hospitalizations and deaths, a tiny fraction of where we've been in the past. So I think our strategy is largely working, but it is a two-pronged strategy that focuses both on serious illness and infections.
Thank you. I have two follow-ups, one for Dr. John and one also for you, Karine. The through line of this briefing has been that things are different now and that you're better prepared, obviously, because of the vaccine and then some of these drug therapies. So this might be comparing apples to oranges, but the previous president was moved from the White House to Walter Reed, and one of the explanations that was given at the time was that they had better facilities there. Are you confident in, all exigent circumstances that you have everything that you need here at the White House in terms of facilities to prepare for anything that may come and protect the president's health?
What I can say is the president is right now working comfortably in the White House, doing well. And there are obviously a lot of resources available here at the White House to take care of him. Walter Reed is always on standby for presidents, right? That's always an option. That's true whether the president had COVID or not. But right now, we feel very confident the president's doing well. He's got very mild symptoms. He is really getting the state-of-the-art treatment, which, by the way, is available to every American. And he's doing very well in the residence under close monitoring from his physician.
And then, Karine, you addressed this moments ago when you were asked about your earlier statement that it didn't matter where he picked this up. Obviously, the most important thing is how the president is doing in the here and now. Yeah. But will you let us know if you do figure out where the president did pick up this virus? I mean, it certainly does matter, at least for history.
Well, as you know, the president travels, right? He travels a lot. He engages with a lot of people. Again, what I was trying to say and what I was wanting to be sure that we understood is, again, the here and now. Like right now, we are explaining to you how he's feeling, how he's doing. You've heard from him directly. We're going to continue to do that. We are going to do, contact tracing as far as who he was around these past 48 hours, as Dr. Jha just laid out. But it is, it is not the easiest thing, right, to find out exactly where someone got COVID. I do not know when I got COVID. I have no idea who I got it from. But we want to make sure that the people that he was around if it is indeed a close contact, that they are made aware. And so that is our focus at this time.
Dr. Jha, can you clarify your
Hold on one
recommendation to
second.
the
Simon, I promise I'll get to you. Just give me 1 second. I'm jumping around, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. So I just want to be clear on some of the timeline here. The president started developing symptoms last night. So did he at that stage then isolate in line with the CDC guidelines?
So the president felt tired last night.
Can we be clear then from the physician's letter that these other symptoms, I think Tam brought up the issue of the commas, but it could suggest that he had a runny nose and occasional dry cough last night. So are you saying he didn't have those symptoms? It was just purely fatigue?
When I spoke to the president today and I asked him, he said he felt tired last night, went to bed, didn't have a great night of sleep. We've all had those. Woke up this morning, got tested, and then when was asked about symptoms, reported that indeed he had this morning some runny nose and a dry cough.
Was he tested because of that?
No. This was part of his regular cadence of testing.
So he had those symptoms, the runny nose and the cough, but didn't isolate at that stage. It wasn't until he tested positive.
Yeah, my understanding is that the symptoms, those symptoms were this morning.
But the CDC guidance says if you have symptoms, you should isolate at that point. It sounds like he only started isolating when he had the positive test.
My understanding is that he had the sore throat, not sore throat, he did not have sore throat, runny nose and dry cough this morning. That's when those symptoms were identified. I think whether you can say whether he had fatigue last night or he just felt tired last night and he went to bed, I think that's pretty normal.
But the point is he then had these other symptoms before testing positive. Right? Or did they develop at the same time as the positive test?
Yeah, my understanding is that those symptoms developed this morning, and he had a test as part of his regular testing cadence. Are you asking like within minutes of like when?
Because the CDC guidance says you should isolate if you have symptoms.
Yeah, as soon as you became aware of your symptoms.
So I'm asking, did he start isolating only after the positive test, and he had the symptoms before the positive test? It sounds like he had the positive test, was then questioned about any symptoms he had, and he said, oh yes, I do have these other features, which would suggest he didn't comply with the CDC guidance.
I think he became aware of his symptoms of runny nose and sore throat this morning. That's when he developed the symptoms.
yeah, but before or after the test is what I'm asking.
I don't know the exact like hour that he became aware of his symptoms. Are you asking like within minutes, like when exactly did his symptoms
that would be nice, and that would be perhaps one of the reasons for having his physician up here answering these questions. But can you see the point I'm getting at? The point is you don't isolate when you've had a positive test. You isolate.
No,
when
I
you have
actually
the
don't.
symptoms.
No, I actually. No,
Clearly says.
Look, I see what you're trying to do, but it's not the case for everyone. The president went on a trip. He came home last night. He felt a little tired. He felt a little restless sleep. I think most of us who traveled yesterday were probably a little tired by the end of the day. He went to sleep, and he had a regular cadence, took a test, and after he took the test, the doctor questioned him and said, hey, you know, probably asked whatever questions he asked of the president. He said, oh, yeah, by the way, I have a runny nose and a dry throat. A runny nose and a dry throat. I mean, you know, that is not, it's not a fever. It's not a massive headache. It is a runny nose and a dry throat, which many people who do not have test positive for COVID have. I mean, so I think what you're trying to get at, right, is just it's a bit far-reaching. And the moment that he tested positive on an antigen, he took a PCR test, tested positive, and then he began to isolate. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. No, we're going to move on.
CDC guidance. That's all.
Yeah, he did. He followed CDC guidance, but the connection you're trying to make is a bit far-reaching. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you said the Walter Reed suite is always ready. What conditions would you need to see from the president to take a trip over there?
What I'd say is, again, in general, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. The president right now has very mild symptoms. He's got a mild illness. He's feeling reasonably well. His words, he's feeling fine. He's working. He's getting the care he needs here. So that's all I really have to say at this point. I think hypotheticals about what might happen in the future are sort of hard to, and there'll be a decision, by the way, made by Dr. O'Connor, his physician.
All right, we're just going to take a few more from the back. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jha, can you clarify your recommendation to the First Lady? Obviously, the White House is a big place, 132 room, 35 bathroom. So the president has a big place to isolate. Will you recommend that he isolate from the First Lady? Will that be your recommendation?
Like, you're just trying to get me into trouble, aren't you? In terms of, no, I think he should isolate, and that he should follow CDC guidelines. He should isolate. He is isolating. He is isolating. I think the First Lady is. Because she, I think she's wearing, she's tested negative. She's been wearing a mask. I have to say, I have not engaged on the question of what happens when the First Lady returns back. I don't know if you have anything else.
I have a follow-up. And then on mask, the president wears a mask, he's well protected, but he's still got COVID. Is this the time to really realize that masks may not really be as effective as, we try to make them to be?
So I think the science on masks is actually quite clear, and there is broad agreement among public health and science experts that masks work. Higher quality masks work better than lower quality masks. He wears, every time the president wears masks, he wears high quality masks. Masks are not a panacea, and obviously the president, engages with people both indoors and outdoors, and there was never, I think, an understanding on our part that we could keep the president from having zero chance of getting infected. Like, he's got very close, very strong protocols around him, but we always knew that this was a possibility.
Go ahead, sir.
Two questions that I think haven't been asked yet. First of all, given that the president now has tested positive for COVID, will there be a reevaluation of the protocols that were put in place at the White House to protect him from getting COVID in light of his condition being in a different place? And the second question is, for folks out there who may now hear from their employer, well, the President of the United States got COVID and he kept working, when someone thinks they need to take a sick day because they got COVID. How would you answer that, or how would you address that question?
Well, I believe people, if they feel ill, should absolutely get sick time to recover. The president feels well and feels capable of continuing to work. Obviously, his schedule is modified, right? He's not going to be able to make the same trips, but he's able to work from home. But I feel very, very strongly that if people feel ill, people feel sick, they absolutely should get time to recover. That's something. So that's your second question. What was your first one?
The question was the COVID protocols,
the
the
COVID
testing
protocols.
for being in the same room as the president and the like that were designed to, now that his risk situation has changed when he recovers, will there be a reevaluation of the protocols at the White House?
Yeah, right now, I'd say we're focused on making sure the president continues to do well. He is thankfully doing well because of the fact that he is vaccinated, boosted, getting treated. I don't think there's been any discussion of whether the protocols need any kind of change.
All right, two more and then we're going to go.
Thank you, Corinne. Let me follow on Dr. O'Connor. Neither of you has seen the president today. Neither of you is treating the president. The question is, when will Dr. O'Connor come out? Because to just put out a statement and shield him from questions would be the least transparency of any White House in 50 years on a presidential illness.
Wow, I wholeheartedly disagree on your last statement. Wholeheartedly disagree on your last statement. So we are doing this very differently that I would argue than the last administration. And I'm happy to have that conversation with you. Number one, we did not see the president because we are following CDC guidance. And the CDC guidance is to make sure that we have minimal contact with the president and allow him to isolate and allow him to, get his treatment to get better, right? He's having, again, mild symptoms and is able to work from home. I believe, we believe getting direct information, pretty much detailed information from this letter that we, in a transparent way, shared with all of you on how he is doing. And we have committed to do that every day. I'm going to take the last question. Go ahead, Brett.
Thanks, Brett. Two questions. One, I'm curious, Dr. Jha, what is the president's age and sort of his status? Does that affect his risk for long COVID, or what can you tell us about the potential for long COVID and how you'll monitor that risk?
Yeah, I'm not aware of data, and maybe it's out there, but I'm not aware of data that age is among adults. I think there's a different thing for kids, but I think among adults, I'm not aware that age is a significant risk factor for long COVID. Obviously, the president gets excellent care from his physician, as he will during the current mild illness that he is suffering through. And if he has any persistent symptoms, that they'll get assessed and addressed by his physician.
And then just secondly, I guess more broadly maybe, I was hoping you could kind of explain what the risk of reinfection is with this current variant. I know there's some uncertainty about, if you get the virus, how long you're protected for and you're immune for. I was hoping you could just speak to that and whether that's changed with the current variant that's spreading.
Yeah, it's a really good question. What we know is that if you were infected with previous versions of Omicron, BA1, let's say, from the January wave, you don't have a whole lot of protection against BA5. And that's the dominant variant that we have in the US right now. If you get infected with BA5, what is your level of protection against future variants? We just have no evidence and no data on that. So what I have been very clear on is people who have been previously infected in the past may not have a lot of protection against infection from BA5. We don't know if the president has had BA5. Again, he's going to get sequencing. But obviously, we will be data-driven as we learn more about this.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Is there a plan in place to transfer power to Vice President Harris if the president's situation gets worse?
The president has mild symptoms. He's able to do the business of the American people from the residents, and that's what matters right now.
So there's no plan in place then?
Damn it! I muted myself. I was talking all sorts of shit. I wasn't reading the chat. It was funny because I was just opening the chat, and then April sent me a text and like, "You're muted, Steve." Like, of course, that's what I always am. Anyway, I decided to take to Twitter and challenge The Quartering. You may be curious as to who The Quartering is. He's a YouTuber that's way bigger than I am, or probably will ever be, because I'm quite certain I'm going to burn out of doing this bullshit long before I ever get that big, because it sucks. I hate doing the live streams. But anyway, I challenged him. He launched a coffee company like a month or two ago, right? And I've talked some like low key shit about him, about the coffee, just because I like it, and I like starting shit. But he's always in these like knockdown, like horrible battles with everybody, right? Like leftist people, Twitch streamers, because he's been streaming forever, so everybody knows who he is. And so I just challenged him on Twitter to a coffee taste test, and he accepted the coffee taste test. So I did say, because I don't really know how to do it, I was kind of spinning it off. My pound of coffee is $17.99. His 12-ounce coffee is more expensive than that. It's $18. So you got to just starting there. I mean, I'll be honest, he probably can't knock off a 20% discount. We can, because we actually roast our coffee. I don't know if he roasts his coffee, but we have our coffee custom roasted for us. That's why we pick and choose every blend. That's why it takes so long when we announce and do a pre-sale of a new blend, like the Sleepy Joe and all that stuff that we just came out with today. Anyway, I challenged him. We'll have to wait and see what he's going to do. But I know my coffee's better. And other people are like, hey, Steve, why don't you challenge other people? I'll challenge anybody. Put any coffee against our coffee, their blend against our blend. Woo-hoo-hoo. We'll destroy them. And I already know that, because our coffee is literally the best coffee you can ever get anywhere. So if you are a Quartering fan, right, and you want to try some actual good coffee instead of, what did he say, garbage water? Yeah, see what happens is we take like garbage water, right? And then we put our coffee into that garbage water and it turns to fucking champagne. That's what it is. That's like, if you want an analogy on how good our coffee is, like once you drink the coffee and then all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, I could do, some really long mathematics or something. See, I bombed that one, but whatever. I challenged him. He accepted. Now we'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. I like Jeremy too. I'm just giving him shit. I've been trying to like low key start some shit with him for a while, because when he rants on people on social media, it like blows up their channels. I would love him to yell at me. You know what I mean? That would help. It would help, build our channel and do all that stuff. He called my coffee garbage water. Okay, buddy. Like seriously, I guarantee I'll probably have an order from him later. He's gonna be like, how good is this coffee? And then all of a sudden he's gonna be like, Steve, Steve, where do you get your coffee roasted? I'm like, I'm never going to tell you because our coffee is that good. That good. Melissa said $27.69 with shipping. That hurts. Yeah. Well, shipping is more expensive. Are you talking about with his or mine? Ours isn't. Like, someone just placed an order. I just fulfilled the order a minute ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, but they tipped. So it's $8.90. But that's because we ship a pound. See, if we switch back to 12-pound bags, we could ship the coffee for cheaper. You know, we could ship it for like $4, you know, but now it doubles because once you go up over a pound and our coffee is a pound. And so you add the box, it's like, you know, 1.5 ounces or something like that. And, so it bumps us up. So that's why the shipping cost is $8.90, I think, is with UPS ground, and then which is 2-day to you. And then sometimes it's a little bit cheaper, like $7.80 or something like that, if it's through USPS. But I challenge you. I mean, I've never had any complaints about the coffee. Like someday, I'm sure someone will complain, or maybe someone will do it just to talk shit. I've never had any complaints about it because it's amazing. It's literally the best coffee you've ever had. I guarantee it. But yeah. Anyone who wants to take advantage of Quartering's discount, you can use the code Quartering, and you'll get 20% off. We don't even do coffee discounts that big. I'm doing it just to spite them, typically, or now, because you know what? It's 20% off 17, so you're talking $3.40 off per pound of coffee. You're already getting more coffee. You're already getting 4 more ounces than him, and now it's like $5 cheaper. Fuck yeah, bro. I'll keep that discount up forever. For not really. That Quartering's that is only good for a little bit. But yeah, should be funny. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I was just looking, seeing if he's talked any more shit on TikTok or Twitter. He doesn't. He's a good dude. I like the Quartering. I'm trying to start like a fake fight because he's always in one. So like I said it once before too. I'm like, I want to get in a fight with this guy like on social media, except I can't really fight with him because I agree with most of what he says on his show. So what am I going to be like? Fuck you, Quartering. You're right. Like it doesn't work. You know, if he's saying the right thing, I can't really argue with him too much. And I'll be honest, I don't watch him every single day religiously. So I don't know. Our AC is still... I can't even. I think our AC says it's 80 degrees in here. Our AC can't keep up because it's like 100 degrees outside right now. So I probably should have thought about that. You know, like we have that where we store the coffee in the back. It's like a cinder block room with its own AC, but the rest of the office is on the one big industrial AC, and we're talking 2,500 square feet. You know, because we have here's a front. You can see Main Street right there. It's all kind of blocked off because we're not officially open until September 3rd is the weekend that we're opening. But for everyone that's watching on social media, we are going to, it's the Quartering. The Quartering. Hey, April, don't put that link in the chat. No. That's for them. We can't, and that's only good for the coffee. It's not good for anything else. But, I'm just kidding, April. You're fine. 1 pound of coffee will last me a while. 1 cup a week is all I can have. Really? I drink like 3 pounds or something like that. But yeah, if you guys don't follow the Quartering, you should, because he's pretty. I don't know if he's funny, but he's got a lot of rational viewpoints. You know what I mean? Not all of them align with my way of thinking, but he does have some rational viewpoints, which are they're good. The House is rested for the day. So it doesn't look like a lot is transpiring there. The Senate was in session. They may still be in session, but I don't care. And then tonight at 7:30, I'm going to start my coverage of the January 6th committee meeting, and we'll go through there. We'll talk about it. Keep in mind, if you do buy the Mega Rational American box on Pure Truth Coffee, just go to the search bar on puretruthcoffee.com and search Mega. We're giving away a 55-inch flat screen TV today. The only thing you have to do is purchase a box today. You'll also have another chance to win one because there's going to be a gold envelope in one of the boxes that entitles you to a free TV. But we're giving one away in hopes that more people go to the store and buy it. It's actually cheaper to give away a TV than it is to advertise on Facebook or something like that. I mean, go figure that one, right? It's cheaper to do that. And then I know at least the people that are buying it are people that watch the show and will appreciate all this stuff. Someone said, Steve, if it's only getting 80 degrees in there, check the drain line sensor. It may be activating. No, it's blowing out. It's blowing cold air. It's just not. You know what I mean? I'll wait because this weekend's going to be super hot. Or maybe I'll, text the landlord and say, hey, I do have a fan. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's blowing right on me. And it's still very, very getting hot here. But yep. So I'll be live tonight around 7:30 Eastern time on social media. To everyone watching on our apps, the Citizen Stringer apps on Roku, Amazon, iTunes, all that stuff. We'll go live after the Pizza and Tilly show. We'll actually cut into his show at 8 o'clock, and then it will be live. And then tomorrow I'm gone. I'm going camping, so I won't be here tomorrow. But I'll tell you what, if you do get your coffee orders in today, I will package them and get them so they ship tomorrow. Any orders tomorrow, Saturday or Sunday, I'm not going to be here. I'll be back Monday with the kids in the office, so I will we'll get all those sent out because my wife is going to an Elton John concert. Yeah, Elton John. We have so much in common. So much. Someone said, pull the filter. It could be dirty coils. Yeah, the filter did look a little bit dirty. I may go up to Lowe's and buy another one, but come help me put the washer in my basement. It's freaking heavy. You could do it. You know what you do? Go to Home Depot or Lowe's, buy a hand truck. They're like $60 for the big red one with the big rubber wheels. And then take a ratchet strap, wrap it around your thing, around the washer, and wrap it around the hand truck, and then send that something going down. It's not that heavy when you do it the right way. And just don't put anyone below it. And don't let go of it. But don't have some person trying to hold it there, because if you lose it on the top, they're going to get hurt. That's what I would do if I were you. You're welcome. This has been Moving Tips with Steve. It feels like 106. Someone said just remove it for the time being until it reaches temp on the TSAT, then reinsert the new filter. You think I should do that? Would a clogged filter really impact it that much if the filter looks pretty dirty? Someone said I did, but there's no room to spin it. I don't know what you're talking about. Spin it. Are you talking about the washer? Shouldn't need to spin it. You shouldn't need to spin it. Or just just use some muscle, bro. Like, use some muscle, man. Get it down there. All right, well, I'll take the filter out then, and when I go up and buy a new one, and I'll just leave it running the whole time. By the time you see the dirt of the filter, it's 50% plugged up. Oh, really? Someone said, oh my, a liberal teacher that likes Elton John. I don't know if she actually likes Elton. Yeah, she does. Who am I going to kid? No room with the dolly. What, to get it down? Like to down the stairs or at the top of the hallway? Because there's another way you can do it. You want to know the other way? All right, here, I'm gonna guide you, right? So flip it around so you have a flat side. So go to the side that's flat, and then flip it around so that's the side that would face the stairs, right? And then you kind of edge it out, and then you rest that flat side. It's going to scratch it up on the staircase, and then you slowly roll it down the stairs that way while you're underneath it. And that's not real advice, and you should not do that because you'll likely get very hurt. But again, this has been Moving Tips with Steve. No, Chris, really what you got to do is you got to go get a sledgehammer, and you got to cut a hole through your crawl space. Just make it big enough, throw it in there. Or what you could do is go to the store and get a chainsaw and cut a hole in your kitchen and then just drop it down with, something. You'll get it. They're saying it's hotter than ever up north, and down south it's colder than ever. Truth is, I just see them throwing Hunter Biden under the bus. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody, it's weird how it's not really weird. It's not surprising at all how they're treating Joe Biden having COVID versus versus how they treated Donald Trump when he had COVID. I'm not really surprised. I don't think anyone is, to be completely honest with you. But you know what? It is what it is and what it do. I don't even know where I was going with that. Alrighty, so I'm going to wrap this. I'm going to go home and eat dinner. I told my wife I have a hard 5 o'clock time to eat dinner because she's like, oh, we'll eat late tonight. I'm like, no, I have to cover the stupid J6 hearing. So I'm going to go home and eat dinner. I have to go to drop off. Whose was it? You ordered it today, Marissa. You ordered a bag of Harlem's Finest. I'm actually going to drop that off. It's shipping now. Shipping now. Everyone else's order is already shipped. And then, I got most of the donut shops and decaf out, and I said they would ship today, so that's good. We are officially out of Flying High, so that's on back order. We are also out of Awake Not Woke and Wake Up America, unless you want whole bean, and then I have like 12 whole bean Wake Up Americas left. And then we have plenty of, pardon my French, and French vanilla. And I just did a restock, so I'll have them all back in stock on Monday. The Flying High is going to be a new formulation, a new roast that has a little bit more caffeine from our new roaster, also in New York. And, we'll go from there. I'll see you guys all 7:30 tonight. Make sure you go and buy the Mega Box if you want a chance to win a TV live on the air tonight. Go buy a Mega Box. And it really supports us. It helps us keep our doors